What if the most powerful woman in history was also the most misunderstood? Cleopatra, the name ignites a frenzy of images, opulence, seduction, treachery. But beneath the silks and gold, an enigma festers like a wound, oozing secrets no historian dares to confront. What dark truths lurk in the shadows of her reign, waiting to shatter the polished facade of a queen draped in luxury? In a world where loyalty is as fickle as the Nile's tides, Cleopatra plays a game more perilous than chess, one where her heart is the ultimate pawn. Picture this: Rome's mightiest leaders, Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, entranced by her sharp wit and unparalleled charm, yet each smirk hides a dagger, each toast could be a betrayal. What drove the last pharaoh to seduce the very men who could crush her like an insect underfoot? Power? Love? Or sheer desperation? The palace walls whisper tales of betrayal, lust, and ambition, the air thick with incense and secrets. Cleopatra's beauty was a weapon, but what of her mind? Did she wield knowledge like a sword, slicing through the ignorance of men too proud to see her as more than a mere conquest? How many hearts did she break, and how many lives did she take, all while draped in the finest silk? The audacity! The madness! Imagine a femme fatale who could command armies with a mere flick of her wrist, who danced with the intellect of a scholar while seducing the world with her grace. She wasn't just playing a game, she was rewriting the rules, bending the very foundations of power to her will, like a master puppeteer pulling strings unseen. And what of the chilling prophecy that loomed over her reign? The whispers of her lineage, a goddess trapped in the flesh of a woman. Is her bloodline a gift or a curse? The gods don't bestow their favor without a price. What horrors awaited her on the other side of glory? In a land where the sands shift as quickly as alliances, Cleopatra walked a tightrope, balancing the scales of fate. Betrayal was her constant companion, disguised as friendship. When loyalty was a luxury few could afford, who could she trust? Her closest advisors turned to shadows, their motives hidden beneath layers of intrigue that could ensnare even the sharpest minds. An empire crumbled at the hands of jealous rivals, while Cleopatra, the last of her kind, stood defiant at the precipice of oblivion. Could a woman born in a world of men truly rule as equal? Or did her very existence challenge the natural order, igniting a firestorm that would engulf nations? What if Cleopatra's most significant tragedy was her own legacy, a tale twisted through time, leaving only breadcrumbs of truth? Dare you chase this riddle to the bitter end? The answers await in the shadows, simmering like a pot on the brink of boiling over. And once you step into this labyrinth of history, there's no turning back. The truth beckons, and it's darker than you could ever imagine. A thin wail cuts through the heavy stillness of that fateful night, a piercing cry that echoes off the cold stone walls of a palace. It thrums in the very marrow of the air, a signal that the world has shifted, that life teeters on the brink of the impossible. In that moment, the stars hold their breath, and time itself seems to pause, as if the cosmos is waiting for the birth of a girl who would shatter empires and ensnare hearts. My mother, the queen, a flicker of wild strength and quiet despair, lies draped in silk stained with the sweat of labor and the weight of her lineage. She's a lioness in her den, fierce yet fragile, her body a battleground between the past and the future. I remember her eyes, dark pools of determination, glimmering with fear, as she grips my father's hand, her fingers digging into his flesh, seeking solace among the chaos. He stands beside her, a shadow of a man, caught between duty to his bloodline and the terror of losing the woman he loves. The room is alive, a dance of shadows cast by flickering torches, whispering secrets of the night, the flickers casting long, twisting shapes that seem to mock their fears. The air is thick, so thick you could cut it with a dagger, suffused with the scent of burning oils and a hint of something metallic, something forever lingering, blood. Each breath feels like a betrayal, a reminder of mortality, of the countless mothers who have screamed through this very pain, of the daughters who never took their first breath. And then it comes, that haunting wail transforms into the first tentative cries of life, a girl, a daughter, a future. Cleopatra. I remember the name, the way it rolls off the tongue, a promise and a curse wrapped in one. My heart swells with a mix of pride and terror. What weight does this name carry? What destiny lurks behind those innocent, wide-open eyes, yet to see the dark twist of ambition that will shape her life? My father, Ptolemy, a man burdened by the relentless drum of expectation, stares down at her with a concoction of joy and dread. He knows, as I do, that this child will inherit not just a throne but a lineage drenched in both glory and blood. He's a king, yes, but he's also a man entangled in a web of despair, knowing that every choice he makes for his daughter could either illuminate her path or plunge her into a shadow deeper than the Nile at midnight. I remember his quiet mutterings, laced with unspoken fears. She will be a queen among kings, but what if she becomes a pawn? Each word is a dagger, thrust into the tapestry of hope he tries to weave. In that moment, the palace no longer feels like a sanctuary but a gilded cage, a place where dreams flutter and die beneath the crushing weight of power. And outside, the world spins on, unaware of the tempest brewing within those walls. The city of Alexandria lies sprawled beneath a blanket of darkness, its bustling streets teeming with life, yet pulse with death, riots, whispers of rebellion, a constant anxiety that hangs in the air like a shroud. I remember the glow of the torches lighting the market square, illuminating faces etched with worry and wild ambition, a swirling tide of humanity, each person a world of hopes and fears all their own. Then there's her grandmother, Berenice, a spectre whose laughter once echoed through these halls, now a ghost in a tapestry of memory. I remember the stories she told, tales of fierce women who carved their own destinies, who took lovers and lovers' heads alike, who wielded power not just with beauty but with unyielding cunning. Her essence lingers like a ghost, a bittersweet reminder of what it means to be a woman trapped in a man's world, a world that will either exalt her granddaughter to the heavens or drag her down to the depths of despair. As I stand in that dimly lit room, I feel the shadows creeping in, tightening their grip. They whisper of power and sacrifice, and I hear the unyielding thrum of time, each tick of the clock a reminder that Cleopatra will not just be born, but forged, a tempest born of blood and ambition, a woman who will learn to wield her beauty like a sword, sharp and unforgiving. In the days that follow, I watch as her life unfolds, each moment woven into the fabric of history, the tapestry of Alexandria itself. I see the tension in her mother's eyes as she cradles her, the weight of her lineage pressing down like a stone upon her chest. Each coup of the infant Cleopatra is both a lullaby and a lament, a promise of the storm to come. The world outside is no longer just a backdrop, it's a living, breathing entity that knows the value of power and the price of ambition. I remember the first time Cleopatra's gaze meets the sunlight, a fragile butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Her eyes, dark and knowing, seem to absorb the very essence of the world. But what will she see? I shiver, an unease settling in the pit of my stomach. Will it be a kingdom yearning for her strength, or a crowd clamoring for her downfall? As the night falls, the palace grows quiet, and that eerie silence settles in again. It's a silence that shouts, filled with unexpressed fears and the promise of greatness. The very walls tremble with the weight of what's to come, as if the stone itself knows that in a few short years, she will stand before the world, a queen emerging from the ashes of her predecessors, ready to ignite a fire that could burn the heavens or shatter the earth. I remember the echoes of the past mingling with whispers of the future, a loop that binds us all. The birth of Cleopatra is not just an event, it is the dawn of a tumultuous tide that will ripple through time, a haunting melody that will never fade. In the shadows, the spectre of her destiny looms, and I can't help but feel the cold grip of fate tightening around her innocent little heart, a premonition of the thrones to come, of the lovers lost and the empire's fall. And still, the stars glimmer above, mocking in their eternal distance, whispering secrets we are yet to understand. The air in the dimly lit throne room was thick with the smell of death and incense, a pungent reminder that power never comes without sacrifice. A flicker of torchlight danced across the stone walls, casting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of betrayal. I stood there, heart racing, the cold sweat of fear trickling down my spine as Cleopatra clutched the hilt of a dagger, her eyes blazing with a mix of fury and despair. "Do they think I will kneel?" she spat, voice low and dangerous, like a panther poised to strike. Her hair fell in disheveled curls, a crown of chaos, matching the storm brewing in her heart. I remember the way her fingers trembled around the blade, and I felt a surge of helpless admiration, bravery and madness blurred together in that moment, rendering her both a queen and a woman shattered by family legacy. Behind her stood her brother, Ptolemy XIII, a boy lost in a man's world, a puppet dressed in royal garb, strings tangled in treachery. It was a cruel joke, this crown he wore, gilded but heavy, suffocating. His eyes darted to the door, yearning for an escape, a way out of the shadow of the throne. Cleopatra, he pleaded, voice cracking like ice beneath the sun, we can still reconcile. Together, together. Her laughter was empty, echoing off the walls like a death knell. You've taken everything from me. The throne, my dignity, the love of our people. I could see the pain etched on her face, a map of betrayal carved deep into her very soul. Each word was a blade, cutting through the veil of family ties, exposing the raw wound of power. I remember the stories whispered around the fires, tales of the Ptolemaic dynasty, of gods and pharaohs, of bloodlines twisted by ambition and desire. I'd grown up enamored with the drama, the seductive pull of a lineage that promised greatness, yet here we stood, a mere echo of grandeur. What did it matter? I'd thought then, achieving immortality through the annals of history. But standing in that haunted room, I realized history was not a tale spun with golden threads, it was a tapestry of horrors, each thread stained crimson. Do you think I want this? Ptolemy's voice broke through my reverie, trembling with a mix of anger and desperation as he gestured wildly around them. Power is a curse, Cleopatra. Our lineage is a noose tightening around our throats. I felt the heat of his rage, almost tangible, like a palpable force in the air, a reminder of the blood that flowed through their veins, the blood of kings and queens, of lovers and enemies. But Cleopatra stood tall, her fear morphing into a ferocity that ignited the very air between them. You think I will allow you to drown me in this sea of madness? You will not erase me. The tension was a taut string, vibrating with the weight of generations past. The Ptolemaic legacy dripped like poison, a dark inheritance that twisted loyalty into betrayal, love into lust. I could see the ghosts of their ancestors hovering in the corners of the room, watching with hollow eyes, their fates woven into this moment just as tightly as the chains of ambition bound their hearts. Remember what father told us? Ptolemy's voice was a whisper, his bravado fading as quickly as it had flared. It was always about family. But family felt like a cruel word then, betrayal wrapped in silk, promises made under the guise of love. He was wrong, Cleopatra shot back, voice cold as steel. Family is a dagger hidden in a lover's embrace. The weight of the moment pressed against my chest, and I felt that familiar ache, a yearning for clarity amidst the chaos. I remember the tales of Cleopatra's intelligence piercing through the veil of ignorance, her beauty masking the sharpness of her mind. But here, in this moment, she was stripped bare, fighting not just for a kingdom, but for the very essence of her identity, the legacy that was both her crown and her curse. Why, Cleopatra? Ptolemy's voice cracked, his despair raw wound laid open for all to see. Why can't you just surrender? We could rule together, we could, together. She spat the word, each syllable laced with venom. Together means nothing when trust is dead. We are not partners, we are enemies in a family feud, bound by blood but torn apart by ambition. The room fell silent, the echoes of their voices hanging in the air like a thick fog, blurring the lines between past and present. I stood witness to the unfolding tragedy, feeling the weight of their choices, the weight of history pressing down like an anvil on their young shoulders. I remember thinking that their legacy was written in the scars they bore, not in the crowns they adorned. Outside the castle walls, the night deepened, shrouding Alexandria in its inky darkness, the stars blinking like distant memories, each one a story lost to time. The wind whispered through the cracks, carrying the scent of jasmine and impending storm. In that moment, time felt elastic, stretching out like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. Leave now, Ptolemy, Cleopatra said, voice steely, her fury coiling like a serpentine shadow. Or I will not hesitate to drive this dagger through your heart. The finality of her words hung in the air, the promise of violence palpable as I held my breath, caught in the web of their turmoil. No, he breathed, a fragile plea hanging between them, a flicker of hope extinguished by the harsh reality of their bloodline. This isn't how it should end. But endings were merely illusions, weren't they? The cycle would continue, this bitter legacy of the Ptolemaic dynasty, a dance of shadows and whispers, of ambition and ruin. I felt the weight of my own fascination with their story, the morbid curiosity that kept pulling me deeper into the abyss. History had a way of consuming those who sought to master it, devouring dreams as surely as it did lives. And as the clock chimed in the distance, marking the passage of time, I stood frozen, heart racing, waiting for the inevitable, the collision of fate and desire, the culmination of a family's legacy, forever enshrined in the annals of sorrow and grandeur, yet still, so painfully human. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the Nile in hues of blood and gold, as the screams of the city echoed through the streets. I stood there, heart racing, a witness to the unraveling chaos that enveloped Egypt, a kingdom splintering beneath the weight of its own ambition. The air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of sweat and fear. I remember how my throat tightened, how the world around me blurred, consumed by a singular thought: it was all slipping away. A young woman, Nefret, stood at the edge of the crowd, her dark eyes wide with a mix of hope and despair. She clutched a frayed piece of parchment, the ink smudged, the words barely legible. "Trust me," she had whispered to a friend moments before, her voice trembling like the dying light. But trust was a currency less valuable than gold in these times, worthless. She didn't know it yet, but that very parchment held the key to shifting tides, a message that could turn allies into enemies, friends into foes. Every heartbeat thudded like a drum, syncopating with the chaos that ensued. A soldier, face hardened by years of servitude, clashed with a merchant, his robes rich but his heart heavy. "You don't understand," the soldier shouted, words laced with desperation, as he raised his spear, a balance teetering on the edge of sanity. "They are coming for us. The Pharaoh's vision is a death sentence." The merchant's response was a breathless laugh, a sound too hollow to belong to a man who lived in the lap of luxury. "Death? Or rebirth, my friend? All things must end for something new to rise." But there was a tremor in his voice, a crack that betrayed his bravado. I saw it, felt it, the way the shadows clawed at them, inching closer, whispering promises of betrayal and redemption. Nefret stepped forward, pushing through the throng, desperate to deliver her message. "You must listen. The council is divided. The Pharaoh, he is losing control." But her words were drowned, swallowed by the roar of dissent. I felt her urgency seep through the air as if it could be touched, a pulsing force, a heartbeat of a nation unraveling. And then, in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting, the clash erupted. The soldier's spear arced like a vengeful comet, finding its mark in the merchant's side. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath, and time stretched, momentarily frozen. The merchant crumpled, his lifeblood pooling around him, shining dark against the golden sands. I remember the silence that followed, a suffocating void where hope once thrived. A kingdom was divided, and the echoes of its destruction ricocheted through the ages, each heartbeat a reminder of what was lost. In the aftermath, shadows flickered like ghosts around Nefret as she knelt beside the dying man. "Tell me, what do you want?" she pleaded, desperation coating her voice, trembling like the leaves of a withering palm. The merchant's eyes were glassy, a reflection of the world crumbling around him. "Fate is a cruel mistress," he rasped, "but she has her favorites." And with that, he breathed his last, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air like the scent of impending rain. I stumbled back, my heart racing, the conflict within me echoing the turmoil outside. Nefret, caught between the dreams of a united kingdom and the reality of her fractured home, felt the burden of every decision. She was flawed, passionate, and yet, she craved connection in a world that sought division. I saw her eyes glisten, not just with tears but with the fierce determination of a woman who refused to let dreams die without a fight. Across the square, the soldier looked on, guilt and pride waging war within him. He was a pawn, manipulated by forces he could not comprehend. "What have I done?" he whispered, voice cracking under the weight of his actions. But deep down, a flicker of resolve ignited, a hope that perhaps, in this chaos, he could find his redemption. He was flawed, yes, but human, scarred by choices made in the heat of a moment. As the city dissolved into anarchy, I felt the pulse of history racing beneath my skin, an electric current of sorrow and despair. Every soul in that square was a mirror reflecting the agony of a kingdom in turmoil. Time slipped through my fingers like sand, each grain a reminder of the impermanence of existence. I remember the faces, the voices rising and falling like the tide, the haunting melody of dreams buried beneath layers of oppression. Neferet's call pierced the tension, a beacon of defiance. "We must unite, or we will fall." But her voice was drowned out by the battle cries of men who had forgotten their humanity, lost in the thirst for power and blood. I felt the shadows close in, enveloping her in darkness, a dance of despair that threatened to extinguish the light of hope. And as the first stars blinked into existence above, a cosmic reminder of the vastness of our struggles, I realized that this was just the beginning. Each pulse of the universe echoed with the promise of conflict and change. I could feel the ghost of Egypt breathing, its heart heavy with the weight of its past. There was no conclusion here, only the infinite spiral of fate, the cyclical nature of power and loss. The night deepened, and the city writhed in its reckoning, a divided kingdom crying out for salvation, each soul fighting against the tide. And I, trapped within this tempest, bore witness to the raw, unfiltered truth of a people caught in the throes of destiny, each moment a scream, every silence a plea. The ghosts of Egypt whispered ancient truths, and I could only listen, my heart pounding in time with the chaos surrounding me. The night was alive, and the story was far from over. The air was thick, cloying with the scent of burnt offerings and despair. In the shadows of the mighty library of Alexandria, a storm brewed, and the voices of the past whispered secrets. The flickering flames danced, casting ghostly silhouettes against the stone walls, while a figure stood at the center, writhing in agony. This was Marcus, a Greek scholar, his heart a prison of regret. He gripped a scroll tightly, the parchment crumpling beneath desperate fingers. Knowledge had become his tormentor. He was haunted, not by the specters of lost texts, but by the weight of his own ambition, a crushing reminder that in this land, knowledge was both a gift and a curse. "I remember when I first set foot in this city," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling like the light around him. "The beauty, the chaos, the whispers of gods in the marketplace." He paused, lost in a memory that seemed to shimmer like a mirage, only to fade into the harsh reality of his present. The grandeur of Hellenistic Egypt, where Greek philosophy threaded through the fabric of Egyptian life, was a double-edged sword. It was his dream, yet it spiraled into a nightmare, a constant battle between the intellect and the humanity that seemed to slip through his fingers like sand. Across the room, Delilah, a fierce and fiery Egyptian woman, watched with narrowed eyes, her heart drumming a furious rhythm against her ribcage. She was torn between love and hatred, between her loyalty to her heritage and the seductive pull of Greek influence that permeated her life. "Marcus," she cried, her voice slicing through the suffocating air, raw with emotion. "You think this is all a game? You think you can just read about our gods and claim them as your own?" Her fists clenched at her sides, the tension taut and ready to snap. She felt the swell of the Nile within her, the ancient current that whispered of her ancestors, urging her to fight back against the tide of foreign dominance. The tension crackled. The scrolls, the ink, the very air shimmered with unresolved conflict. It was not merely a clash of cultures but a battle of souls. Marcus's eyes, once alight with the excitement of discovery, now held a darkness that threatened to consume him. He couldn't help but feel that he was both the conqueror and the conquered, a man straddling two worlds, the weight of Greek ideals pressing down on him like the heavy crown of a pharaoh. "But look at what we have built together," he implored, desperation clawing at his throat. "Look at the beauty we've created." "Beauty?" Delilah scoffed, the bitterness twisting her lips into a snarl. "Beauty is not enough to erase the blood that stains the stones of this city. Your culture, your words, they're a gilded cage, and I refuse to be trapped in it." Her voice rose, echoing against the ancient walls, summoning the ghosts of ancestors who had fought so hard for their identity. Each word was a dagger, each breath a reminder of the pain she felt, the love for Marcus mingling with the hatred for his culture, a toxic cocktail that threatened to drown them both. As they stood there, the world outside stirred, a riot of sound, color, and life. The marketplace pulsed with energy, the cries of merchants mingling with the laughter of children. But here, in their sanctuary of knowledge, everything felt suspended in time, an echo of a battle that had raged for centuries. The Greeks had come, with their philosophy and art, but at what cost? The echoes of Socrates and Plato rang hollow compared to the whispers of the Egyptian gods, who lingered like shadows at the edges of their souls, demanding to be heard. "I remember," Marcus said again, voice breaking, "the first time you smiled at me. It was like the sun breaking through clouds after a storm. I thought, he faltered, eyes searching hers, pleading for understanding. I thought we could bridge this divide. That we could create something new. Something beautiful. Delilah softened for a moment, the flicker of longing crossing her face like a fleeting shadow. And you thought wrong, she whispered, the words fragile as glass. The pain of her heritage, the scars of her people, wrapped around her heart like a vice, squeezing until she could barely breathe. You don't see me, Marcus. You only see what you want to see. You want to paint my world in your colors, to make it fit your narrative. In that moment, the weight of their conflict hung heavy in the air, a tangible entity that begged for release. Their histories collided, a kaleidoscope of dreams and nightmares. The very fabric of their beings was stitched with threads of loss and hope, a tapestry that was tearing apart at the seams. With every heartbeat, the tension thickened, and the flickering flames grew wild, casting eerie shadows that danced like phantoms around them. Marcus stepped closer, the space between them charged with urgency, desperation. But together, Delilah, together we could rewrite the story. We could show them that Greek and Egyptian can coexist, we can be something beyond their expectations. His voice rose, drowning in the swirling chaos of emotions that enveloped them, an unsteady bridge strained under the weight of two cultures, two hearts. Delilah's breath hitched, the passionate fire in her chest battling against the cool logic of history. And at what cost, Marcus? My people are not mere pages in your book of knowledge. We are flesh and blood, dreams and despair. The tears welled up, and she felt them spill over, hot and bitter. This was her heart laid bare, a soul torn between love and loyalty, caught in the tempest of a Hellenistic world that threatened to swallow her whole. As the shadows danced, the confrontation loomed closer, a storm on the horizon, inevitable and fierce. The clock ticked, the ancient mechanism echoing through the chamber, reminding them that time was slipping away. Each tick was a reminder of the moments lost to history, the whispers of forgotten dreams, and the ghosts that lingered between them. I will not lose you to this, Marcus cried, desperation rising like bile in his throat. I refuse to let our love be the casualty of this war. The intensity of his words ignited a spark of hope within Delilah, flickering against the backdrop of despair, yet doubt clawed at her heart. In this crucible of passion and pain, they stood at an impasse, two fates intertwined, each heartbeat echoing the weight of their choices. Would they become the architects of a new dawn, or would they be swallowed whole by the shadows of the past? The answer lay just beyond their grasp, a breath away, hovering in the silence that surrounded them like a shroud, leaving them suspended in that moment of raw, spine-chilling intensity. In the dim light of the Library of Alexandria, shadows writhed like serpents, curling around ancient papyrus scrolls, each whispering secrets of a world long past. The air is thick with the scent of ink and dust, thick enough to choke on. Cleopatra, with her heart pounding like a war drum, stands before the scrolls, a battlefield of knowledge, poised to claim her rightful place. The weight of expectation presses down upon her, and she feels it, a palpable tension that hums, that vibrates through the very stones of this hallowed hall. I remember the first time the scrolls spoke to me, she whispers, her voice a fragile thread woven through the vast silence. 1,000 voices, 1,000 lives, echoing from the past. Do you feel it? The pulse of history? It's intoxicating. But the thrill is laced with fear. Fear of failing, fear of being the queen who could not learn. Her two companions hover in the shadows, their own demons clawing at their insides. Ptolemy, her younger brother, brilliant, bright, but forever haunted by the specter of inadequacy. He is a flickering candle, always in danger of being snuffed out by the heavy hand of doubt. And then there's Serpent, the philosopher, a man trapped in the web of his own intellect. His brilliance is both his gift and his curse, a double-edged sword that slices through his heart. I fear I will never be enough, Ptolemy admits, his voice breaking like glass. He clutches a scroll, its ancient text a source of both wisdom and torment. The world will see me as a child playing dress-up, not a king. Then let us burn that child away, Serpent snaps, his eyes flaring with a dangerous intensity. Let the world see the flame of intellect. We will learn together, we will rise together, or we will fall together, there is no middle ground. His words hang in the air, weighty and ominous, like a thunderstorm waiting to break. Cleopatra feels a chill race down her spine. She knows the stakes, they are as high as the stars themselves. Each scroll holds the weight of eternity, and between them, a dark shadow looms. The clock ticks, echoing through the library like a relentless heartbeat. Time is slipping away, and the world outside clamors for a ruler fit to lead. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the night sky, Cleopatra continues, her voice now a soft tremor. The cosmos, infinite and chaotic, a mirror reflecting our own chaos here on Earth. What if we are just dust in the wind, scattered remnants of forgotten wisdom? What if our ambition is nothing but a cruel joke played by the gods? Enough with the fairy tales, Cleopatra! Ptolemy bursts out, his voice rising. This is not a moment for doubt. We must focus. His frustration flares, but it's mixed with an underlying desperation, a plea for understanding. She can see it in his eyes, the fear of being overshadowed by her brilliance, the worry that he will forever be seen as the lesser Ptolemy. It suffocates him and drives her to the brink of madness. A kingdom hangs in the balance, and they must leap forward or be swallowed whole by the abyss. Serapian's gaze becomes piercing, like a hawk searching for prey. He leans closer, as though he can penetrate the walls of her mind. Do not let the shadows consume you. Knowledge is a weapon, and we are its keepers. If we fall into despair, it will be our undoing. But at what cost? Cleopatra whispers, desperation bleeding through her words. What if we are but pawns in a game too grand for our understanding? Then let us become the masters of the game. Serapion replies, his voice a fierce storm. The world is a battlefield, and we shall conquer it through knowledge. We will forge alliances, break chains, and rise above the ashes of ignorance. Together. In this moment, their fates intertwine, bound by a fragile thread of hope tinged with fear. The library, a sanctuary and a prison, pulsates with the energy of their conflicted souls. Cleopatra feels the weight of the scrolls pressing upon her, the promise of wisdom sparking a fire in her belly, propelling her toward the future. I remember the stories of those who came before us, she says, her voice gaining strength. The tales of those who dared to dream. They spoke of knowledge as a flame, small at first, but capable of igniting revolutions. Ptolemy's eyes flicker with a spark of determination. Then let us stoke that flame. We will be the torchbearers, the ones who illuminate this dark world with the brilliance of our minds. Serapion nods, and in that moment, the tension breaks like a taut string snapped under pressure. The air buzzes with unspoken promises, their hearts beating in synchrony. But as they each hold a scroll, a flicker of doubt lingers. What if they are not strong enough to bear the weight of their ambitions? Outside, the world clamors, a cacophony of voices rising as if to drown them in the noise of expectation. Cleopatra, Ptolemy, and Serapion stand at the precipice of their future, balancing on the tightrope of knowledge, each breath a step forward, each heartbeat echoing their resolve. They are scholars, warriors of the mind, and they must tread carefully, lest they fall into the abyss of ignorance they seek to conquer. Time presses on, relentless as ever, and the clock continues its ominous ticking, counting down to a confrontation that looms like dark clouds gathering on the horizon. The air crackles with potential, and in that charged silence, they find the flicker of hope igniting their spirits. The scrolls await, the answers lie hidden, and history stands poised to witness their rise, or their ruin. With hearts racing and minds ablaze, they step deeper into the labyrinth of knowledge, where shadows flicker and the echoes of the past merge with the promise of the future. In the library of Alexandria, the drama unfolds, a renaissance of knowledge whispering its secrets just out of reach, demanding to be chased, to be grasped, to be known. A bell tolls, its sound reverberating through the stone halls like a death knell. It slices through the air, thick with the weight of unspoken dread. I stand in the shadow of the great staircase, heart pounding in a chaotic rhythm, each beat echoing the desperation of the moment. The kingdom is on the brink, teetering on the precipice of ruin, and I, unwilling, yet resolute, must rise to claim what is rightfully mine. I remember the whispers that haunted me during sleepless nights, like ghosts lingering at the edges of my consciousness. You're not enough. You'll never be enough. I remember my mother's voice, laced with both love and regret, telling me stories of the throne, its power, its poison. It will consume you, she warned, a warning that now feels more like a prophecy as I watch the council of elders huddled in the great hall, eyes flickering with uncertainty. They are afraid of my ambition, and their fear is palpable, a living thing that wraps around my throat and squeezes. Then there's Caspian, ever the loyal knight, his presence a mixture of comfort and chaos. He stands beside me, his jaw clenched, eyes darting toward the door as if it might burst open at any moment, flooding us with the very dread we so desperately try to contain. His flawed courage awakens something within me. We must act now, he hisses, breath hot with urgency, and I can taste the bitterness of his desperation on the air. They gather like wolves, and you're the prey. Prey. I shudder at the word, though I know it holds truth. In this world, prey is what I've always been, cowering in corners, waiting for the storm to pass. But the storm is here, knocking at the door, and I can see the glint of its teeth. Caspian, I whisper, my voice trembling like the flickering candle next to me. If I ascend, what will I become? The question hangs like an uninvited guest, a parasite feeding off the hope I try to muster. He turns to me, eyes dark with unyielding resolve, and for a fleeting moment, I see the boy he once was, the boy who believed in heroics, in chivalry. You'll become a queen, he replies, a fierce determination igniting his tone. And that's exactly what you were meant to be. But I can't shake the feeling that he is both lifting me and pushing me toward a cliff I cannot see. The silence stretches, wrapping around us like a shroud, thick and suffocating. It's the kind of silence that tells stories of betrayal, of blood spilled on cold stone. Shadows creep along the walls, and I feel the eyes of my ancestors upon me, judging, waiting for my next move. I remember the tales of the great queens who came before me, strong, fierce, relentless in their pursuit of power, yet every one of them fell, clawing at the air as the ground rushed up to meet them. History is a graveyard, I once read in a dusty tome, and those who fail to learn from it will find their names carved upon its stones. What if I become one of those names? Suddenly, the doors burst open, and a figure strides in, cloaked in shadows and secrets. Lord Mercer, the king's trusted advisor, his eyes glinting with cunning. He is the serpent among us, his smile a tight-lipped promise of betrayal. Ah, the future queen, he drawls, his voice smooth like oil, ready to slip into every crack of doubt that fills the air. Are you prepared for the weight of the crown? His words coil around me, squeezing tighter with every syllable. I feel it, a shift in the atmosphere, like the calm before a tempest. You speak as if I have a choice, I reply, my voice stronger than I feel. You're clearly mistaken. Mercer raises an eyebrow, a mocking gesture that digs under my skin. Oh, but choices are all you have. You are not only fighting for a throne, you are fighting against ghosts, your mother's legacy, your father's failures. The ghosts he speaks of gnaw at my insides, whispering truths I wish to silence. I can feel them lurking, watching, waiting for me to falter, to give in to fear. I want to scream, to shatter the silence with the truth of my emotions, but I've learned to tame my voice, to wield it like a sword. I remember the stories, I say, my heart racing. The crown does not make the queen, it reveals her. The words hang in the air, charged with a fierce energy, and for a moment, it feels as though the room holds its breath. Caspian's eyes widen, something flickering within them, a spark of hope, perhaps. Then let it reveal me, I whisper, a defiance rippling through me like the tide. The walls may tremble, and the shadows may loom, but I refuse to be swallowed whole. And in that moment, with Mercer's icy gaze pinning me to the ground and the weight of the throne pressing against my chest, I feel it, the stirrings of something primal, something fierce. It blooms in my chest, a wildflower breaking through concrete. I know I am flawed, riddled with vulnerability, but I'm also fueled by a hunger for more than just survival. I want to rise, to claim what is mine amid the chaos. The council members murmur, their voices blending into a cacophony of fear and uncertainty, but I focus on the clock ticking in the corner, each second a reminder that time waits for no one. Every tick, a countdown to the reckoning. I straighten my back, a sudden clarity igniting within me. This kingdom needs a leader who embraces both light and darkness, I declare, my voice spilling into the silence, strong like the roots of an ancient tree. I will not shy away from the shadows, I will wield them as my weapon. And just like that, the air shifts again, crackling with electric intensity. I am no longer the prey. I am the storm. The confrontation looms, a tempest brewing within me, a confrontation not just with the council, but with my own fears, my own doubts. I am ready to ascend, to rise from the ashes of what I once was. With every heartbeat echoing in my ears, I step forward, ready to face whatever darkness awaits me. The throne calls, its promise both alluring and terrifying. And as I approach, I feel the ghosts gather around me, no longer watching, but standing alongside me. The moment stretches, a taut string humming with potential. I am on the brink, and as I reach for the crown, I know one thing for certain, this is just the beginning. I will not be defined by fear. I will be the queen of my own making. The air crackles in the dim light, heavy with the scent of incense and anticipation. Cleopatra stands at the threshold of her opulent chamber, draped in silk, her heart pounding like war drums against her ribcage. Her empire spirals around her, a kingdom of ambition, betrayal, and blood, where she wears the crown yet feels the weight of 1,000 eyes, each one watching, judging, waiting for her to falter. She is a queen, yes, but the suffocating silence of expectation wraps around her throat like a noose. I remember the moment the doors creaked open. The shadows of her courtiers slithered inside, cloaked in whispers and veiled intentions. They spoke of loyalty while their eyes flickered with desire and envy. They adored her beauty, but it was her cunning they feared. "You are a goddess," they murmured, but beneath those words was a rippling current of resentment. She could taste it, metallic and bitter. And then there was Julius. Oh, Julius, an ocean of chaos wrapped in the flesh of a man. His presence intoxicated her, a maddening blend of power and vulnerability. He, too, stood on the precipice, a Roman lion prowling the sands of Egypt, yet his gaze was that of a lost boy. In his eyes, she saw the glimmer of admiration and the shadow of doubt. "Will you stand by me?" he asked, voice low and husky, like the desert wind whispering secrets to the dunes. But she could sense the unspoken question lurking, dark and dangerous, "Will you betray me?" The tension spiraled, thick as the Nile mist that shrouded their world. She tightened her grip on the ornate sistrum, the metallic sound reverberating like the drumbeat of her heart. Cleopatra, the last of the Ptolemies, caught between the tides of her destiny and the desires of men, dancing on the razor's edge of history. She knew the truth, in a realm where women were shadows cast by the flickering lights of men's ambitions, she was both a beacon and a target. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, tales of women who wielded power, but often as mere puppets, their strings pulled by unseen hands. But Cleopatra, oh, she would not be another marionette. She was the master of her fate, even when the gods themselves conspired against her. Her beauty was both her charm and her curse, a double-edged sword that could cut through the veil of time, yet draw blood from her own hands. "Your beauty is a weapon," Julius had whispered one night, his breath hot against her ear. "Use it wisely." But in those words lay the ache of her reality, the unceasing battle to be seen, to be heard, to be more than just an object of desire. She longed for the world to recognize her intelligence, her power, her worth beyond the flesh. A crack formed in her heart, a reminder that as much as she charmed the world with her wit, the world still saw her as a vessel, a means to an end. In the quiet of the night, while the moon hung like a silver coin in the sky, Cleopatra often found herself haunted by the specters of women who came before her. They lingered in the shadows, ghosts of queens and priestesses with stories woven into the very fabric of the land. She could hear their cries echoing through the ages, a reminder that power, for women, was a fragile glass ball, beautiful and shimmering, yet perilously easy to shatter. "Am I destined to be another ghost?" she whispered into the void, her voice trembling with the weight of fear and defiance. The silence that answered was deafening. And deep down, she felt the pull of history, a relentless tide threatening to sweep her away into the abyss of obscurity. Flashes of her mother's face filled her mind, strong and resolute, a woman who played the game with wit and guile, yet succumbed to the very machination she had mastered. In that moment, Cleopatra was both fierce and fragile, a tempest of conflicting emotion swirling within her. She was a queen, yet she was a daughter, bound by duty and love. The room felt alive, pulsating with electricity, as if the very walls were eavesdropping on the tumultuous storm brewing inside her. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across her skin like specters of her past, the confrontation loomed closer, inevitable as the coming dawn. The air thickened with the weight of her decisions, laden with the knowledge that each choice could alter the course of history, echoing through time like the ripples in the Nile. "Will you fight for me?" she had asked Julius, desperation lacing her words like venom. "Or will you cast me aside like a forgotten relic?" In that moment, she stood on the precipice of something grand and terrible, both a queen and a woman, grasping for agency in a world that sought to diminish her. I remember the sound of the guards' boots echoing in the distance, a rhythmic reminder that they were never truly safe. The stakes were higher than ever, shadows gathering at the fringes, revealing the treachery lurking just beyond the light. She could feel it, a tightening in her throat, the realization that she was the linchpin in a deadly game, one that could either solidify her legacy or shatter the very foundation of her existence. The confrontation was coming, like a storm gathering strength and fury, and Cleopatra could do nothing but brace herself for the chaos that would follow. She was a vessel of ambition and desire, a phoenix poised to rise or fall, and in those haunting moments, she understood the true power of her role, a woman in a man's world, yet undeniably her own. Let the world watch, she thought, heart racing, the heat of battle igniting her spirit. Let them see what a woman can achieve when she refuses to be silenced. The dusk painted the skies crimson, a prelude to the blood that could spill, and in that moment, Cleopatra knew this was just the beginning. The dance had turned from a waltz into a war, and she would claim her place, a legacy forged in fire, forever intertwined with the cosmos. The air was thick with tension, a palpable weight hanging over the grand hall of the palace, where shadows danced like phantoms on the walls. Cleopatra stood at the far end, her heart racing, pulse echoing in her ears like war drums. The marble columns loomed like silent witnesses to the storm brewing within her. It wasn't supposed to be like this, she thought, a bitter taste in her mouth, as she felt the coldness of betrayal creeping through the edges of her mind. "Ptolemy," she whispered into the silence, her voice barely a thread against the tumult. He stood across from her, eyes ablaze with youthful fire, but the warmth of their shed blood felt like ice now. The boy king was a tempest of ambition and insecurity, every inch the ruler he wanted to be, yet trapped in the cage of his own making. She could see it in the twitch of his fingers, the way his breath quickened when he glanced at her, a mixture of fear and desperation. What have we become, she wondered, feeling the weight of their shared crown pressing like a noose around her throat. "Your ambition blinds you, sister," he spat, his voice raw with emotion, reverberating against the cold stone like a battle cry. His youthful face twisted, a canvas of rage and hurt, each line etched deeper with the weight of their legacy. "You think you can manipulate the very heart of Egypt, but look where it's brought us." His eyes darted toward the open windows, where the sun dipped low, casting a blood-red glow across the land. "Look at what is coming." And he was right. Outside, the throng of the populace swelled, restless and murmuring like a brewing storm. Powerless, Cleopatra could sense their frustration, could feel the hunger for change gnawing at their hearts. Could their voices drown out the whispers of the court, the treachery that lurked in every corner? She wanted to scream, to shake Ptolemy awake from this nightmare, a nightmare wrapped in gold and silk, yet so utterly suffocating. "Do you think they will follow you?" she breathed, her words sharp as daggers, cutting through the air. "The people adore me, Ptolemy. You cannot rule alone." The truth hung between them, a ghost that refused to leave, much like the memories of their shared childhood, once filled with laughter and dreams now suffocated by the weight of crowns and the promise of power. He flinched, a shadow of doubt crossing his face, but it was quickly masked by a flash of pride. "I am the king, Cleopatra. You are nothing more than a woman cloaked in shadows." The word struck her, a physical blow that knocked the breath from her lungs. She wanted to recoil, to retreat into her fortress of despair, but there was no escape from the reality of their shared blood, their shared fate. "I am your sister," she replied, her voice trembling, but there was a steel beneath her vulnerability. "And I will not let you destroy us." With each word, she felt the weight of her ancestry pressing down on her, the lineage of pharaohs and queens whispering in her ear, urging her to fight, to be more than just a pawn in a game of thrones. In that moment, time stretched thin, a taut string ready to snap. As if the universe held its breath alongside them, she felt the electric charge in the air, a crackling energy that spoke of impending confrontation. The tension wrapped around their hearts, binding them in a grotesque dance of loyalty and ambition, love and betrayal. Footsteps echoed outside, growing louder, and the moment shattered. The door swung open, a gust of wind heralding the arrival of advisors and soldiers, clanking armor and whispers that echoed like the tolling of a death knell. The atmosphere shifted, thickening with the scent of scheming and plotting. She could almost taste it, bitter, like ashes on her tongue. "Your Majesty!" A voice boomed, cutting through the haze. It was Achilles, a general whose loyalty lay not with the blood, but with the power it could wield. "The people rally for your decree, Ptolemy. They cry for your leadership." His gaze flicked between the siblings, calculating, cold. It felt like a knife, twisting deeper as Ptolemy's posture shifted, every inch of his youthful bravado faltering under the weight of expectation. "Lead them," Cleopatra urged, her heart pounding, desperation threading her voice, but as Ptolemy turned to the crowd, she saw the hunger in his eyes, the intoxicating lure of power. She could only watch as he stepped into the light, leaving her cloaked in shadow, every heartbeat echoing the knife twisting deeper still. This isn't what we wanted, she thought, a chasm opening between them. He raised his hand, a gesture that silenced the crowd, and in that instant, her heart broke. She was losing him to the very world they had dreamed of conquering together. "They will not love you as they love me," she thought bitterly, but the truth seeped into her bones. It didn't matter. Here stood Ptolemy, radiant with the promise of kingship, and she was left grasping at the remnants of their shared dream, watching as it crumbled like dust in the wind. "Let them come," he shouted, a newfound resolve resounding through the hall. "Let them witness the power of the pharaoh." And as he spoke, Cleopatra felt the weight of history bearing down upon her, the legacy crumbling, the future uncertain, the chasm between them widening into a gaping abyss. The crowd roared, a cacophony of voices rising like a tidal wave, drowning out the whispers of caution, and in that moment, she was both proud and terrified. This is the beginning of the end, she thought, with a chill that snaked down her spine. The clock was ticking, time slithered forward, every second a reminder that choices made in the heat of ambition could seal their fates forever. Across the distance between them, she could still sense the flicker of brotherly love igniting in Ptolemy's gaze, but it felt fragile now, like a candle fighting against the wind. "What have we done?" she thought, as the shadows of their past whispered secrets, and the bright light of the future threatened to consume them both. And as the echoes of their ambitions intertwined with the shouts of the crowd, she knew this was only the beginning, a prelude to the symphony of chaos that awaited them. A haunting melody of destiny played on, and she was caught in its web, heart racing with a mix of fear, hope, and the stark realization that the game they played would change them forever. The air crackled with tension, the scent of smoke heavy and acrid, a reminder of the fires raging just beyond the streets where life once thrived. I stood there, my heart a drumbeat against the silence. The echo of gunfire shattered the stillness, a reminder that peace was a haunting memory, slipping further into the shadows. A scream pierced through the chaos, rising like a wail from the depths of despair, curling around my heartbeat, squeezing it tighter. I remember that moment like a photograph, the kind you'd rather tear apart but can't bring yourself to destroy. Horsom, the eternal optimist, stood across from me, eyes wide with disbelief. His hands trembled, the rifle he held a foreign weight, a symbol of the choices we never should have had to make. "This isn't us," he shouted, but the words hung in the air like a ghost, drifting away into the smoke, swallowed by the war that had woven itself into the fabric of our lives. Horsom had been the dreamer, the one who believed in a better Egypt. Now, his dreams were unraveling like the frayed edges of a fabric pulled apart by too many hands. And then there was Layla, fierce and unwavering, the fire in her heart burning brighter than the flames licking the sky. I watched her move through the crowd, rallying the lost and the broken, her voice a beacon cutting through the darkness. "We will not be silenced," she screamed, and with every word, the people surged forward, a tide of humanity drawn to her passion. But beneath her brave exterior, I saw the cracks, the fear that danced like shadows in her eyes. Layla was fighting not just for a nation, but for herself, for the remnants of a life that was slowly being devoured by the chaos around us. I remember the night when it all began, the moment that felt like the universe holding its breath. The stars were mere pinpricks in a vast expanse, light years away from the reality that had engulfed us. Voices rose, clashing like thunder against the oppressive weight of despair. I had watched, helpless, as the divisions deepened, brother against brother, neighbor against neighbor. The streets once filled with laughter and music were now haunted by the ghosts of our choices, each corner a reminder of the laughter that had been drowned in the shouts of anger. Why can't they see? Horsom whispered, his eyes searching mine for answers that felt just out of reach. I could only shake my head, my heart aching for the man who had taught me to dream. This isn't what we wanted, I whispered back, as if saying it aloud could somehow undo the grip of reality. But the truth was like a weight on my chest. Every heartbeat was a reminder of the choices we made, the ones that led us here, to this moment. The night closed in around us, the darkness thick and suffocating, broken only by the sporadic light of flames licking the air. Layla pushed forward, her spirit an unyielding force, but the fear in her eyes mirrored my own. If we don't fight, what will happen to our dreams? She asked, the desperation in her voice an unspoken plea. I wanted to tell her that dreams, once vibrant, were now fading, slipping away like the smoke that curled into the night. Instead, I nodded, though uncertainty gnawed at me. And then the clash began, a cacophony of rage and despair erupting around us. Bodies surged, a living wave of desperation crashing against the barriers that sought to hold them back. I felt the pulse of the city beneath my feet, a heartbeat that matched my own, a rhythm of anguish and hope intertwined in a dance as old as time. Horsom was swept away, pulled into the fray, and I reached for him, my fingers grazing his arm. "Hold on!" I shouted, but the noise swallowed my voice, and he disappeared into the maelstrom. I turned to Layla, her expression fierce and determined yet tinged with fear. "We have to go," I urged, but she shook her head, defiance etched into her features. "I can't back down now. Not when they need us." I felt the weight of her resolve echo in my chest, a bittersweet melody of bravery and loss. The streets were alive, a chaotic ballet of hurt and hope, but her spirit was a flickering candle in the storm. As the fighting raged, shadows danced around us, taunting and whispering of what could be lost. I remember the moment I saw it, the flash of metal, the glint of a blade in the hand of a stranger. My heart raced, a frantic drumbeat in my ears as I lunged toward Layla, instinct taking over. Time slowed, the world narrowing to that single point, the blade a comet streaking through the night. "Get down!" I screamed, but the words were swept away by the tide of bodies and chaos. The world erupted in a burst of sound, the crack of gunfire, the shouts of the desperate, and the sharp intake of breath that hung in the air, thick and heavy. I remember the feeling of the ground beneath me, solid and real, even as the chaos threatened to consume. I felt her hand slip from mine, the warmth replaced by the cold grip of fear, and in that moment, the world shattered. The clash of metal rang like a funeral bell, a haunting, mournful sound that echoed in my soul. Layla fell, her body crumpling like a fragile flower bending to the storm. I rushed forward, desperation clawing at my insides, but the world was a whirlwind, and time slipped away like grains of sand. "No!" I cried, the sound tearing from my throat, raw and broken. My heart raced, frantic against the pulse of the chaos that surrounded us. I remember the weight of her gaze, the flicker of fear drowning in a sea of resolve. "Fight for us," she whispered, a final plea before the darkness closed in, and I was left standing at the edge of the abyss. The taste of despair clung to the back of my throat, thick and suffocating. The battlefield was no longer just a war for a nation, it was a war for our very souls, and I was standing on the precipice, teetering between hope and despair. Horsom, I thought, the image of his wide eyes flashing before me, filled with dreams and fear. Layla, a spirit unbroken, even in the face of the end. I felt the darkness looming, but deep in my heart, a spark flickered, an echo of their strength, a reminder of the hope that had drawn us all together. And as the night deepened, the city breathed, a living entity, both broken and beautiful. The struggle was far from over, and the fight within me ignited anew, fueled by the love and loss that lay heavy on my heart. I turned back to the chaos, my heart racing, the flames of defiance licking at my soul, whispering promises of what was yet to come. The night was alive with the sound of our struggle, and I was ready to push back against the darkness, ready to scream against the silence. The fight had begun, and I would not stand idly by. The air crackles as if the universe itself is holding its breath. Rome stands at a precipice, and in the oppressive silence, the city seems to pulse with life and dread. Shadows twist in the alleyways, flickering like unsteady flames, while the distant murmur of the crowd builds, a tide surging toward the moment that will engulf them all. I remember feeling that day like a stone lodged in my throat. I could barely swallow the weight of it. Brutus, tall and brooding, stands by the forum, his hands clenched into tight fists. He looks out over the sea of faces, an ocean of hope and fear swirling together. The people love him, and yet he feels the churning in his gut, the gnawing voice whispering that loyalty has its own price. "What have I done?" he mutters. It's a question that hangs in the air, a ghost slipping through the cracks of his resolve. He remembers the late-night conversations, the wine-soaked promises, the cautious laughter that now echoes hollow, a prelude to betrayal. But it's not just Brutus who trembles. There's Cassius, lurking in the shadows, the embodiment of ambition and envy. He paces like a caged lion, his thoughts wild and restless. "You're losing him, Brutus," he hisses, the words sharp as daggers. "You think you can save the Republic by playing the noble fool? You'll only be a footnote in history." His voice is a serpent slithering through Brutus's mind, wrapping around his heart. What happens when loyalty meets ambition? It's a question that has haunted mankind since time began. And then, the moment arrives, the sound of hooves pounding the cobblestones, a herald of chaos. Julius Caesar rides into Rome, the sun glinting off his laurel crown, blinding and bright. A god in a mortal shell. He embodies power, and the crowd erupts, a wave crashing over itself, drowning out reason. "Hail Caesar," they shout, their voices a mixture of adoration and desperation, as if this man, this singular entity, could quell their fears and fulfill their dreams. But I see the cracks beneath the surface, the anxiety that threads through the fabric of their cheers. Brutus watches with a storm brewing in his chest. The love he once felt for Caesar is now tangled in the vines of doubt and loyalty. "It's not him," he whispers, but the words seem to dissolve in the air, lost in the swell of the crowd. The faces blur, a kaleidoscope of emotions, fear, reverence, hatred, all waiting for the moment when the tide will turn. His heart races, pounding against his ribs like a caged bird, desperate for freedom. He remembers the whispers in the dark, the urgency in Cassius' voice, the ghost of their shared dreams. To be free, they'd said, is to be bold. But are they bold, or foolish? The crowd cheers again, drowning out the tumult in Brutus's mind. Each shout ricochets off the marble columns, echoing like a warning. "You will regret this, Brutus. You will regret it all." Cassius' voice snakes through his thoughts. The weight of their conspiracy bears down on him, a boulder lodged deep in his soul. He wants to reach for the light, to grasp the hope they once shared, but shadows loom larger than life, ghosts of ambition with hollow eyes watching him falter. The sun dips lower, casting long shadows that stretch like greedy fingers across the forum. I remember the chill that crept into my bones, the sense that something terrible was about to unfold. A clock ticks in the distance, counting down to an inevitable fate. The air thickens, and a storm brews over the horizon, dark clouds swirling like the turmoil in Brutus's heart. Time feels elastic, each second stretching into infinity as if daring him to act, to choose, to step into the abyss. And then, he sees it, the moment crystallized in the air, sharp as a blade. Caesar, with a smile that could blind a soul, dismounts and strides toward them, the embodiment of destiny. "I am your shield," he declares, raising his arms to the crowd. They roar back, but I hear the undercurrent and the whisper of doubt, a breath of treachery stirring in the depths. Brutus feels it too, the friction between love and duty, the fracture that threatens to split his heart. "I remember," he whispers, "I remember when it was simpler." But simplicity is a ghost that eludes him now. Cassius stands, eyes glinting like steel, and with a nod, the pact is sealed. Brotherhood forged in fire. We do this for Rome, he hisses, urgency lacing every word. For freedom. In that moment, it is as if the city itself holds its breath, caught in the web of ambition and betrayal, the collision of hearts that have loved and lost. Caesar's laughter rings out, bright and carefree, a stark contrast to the storm brewing in the hearts around him. I come in peace, he cries, and yet in his eyes, I see the flicker of something darker, a knowing glance that says he understands the stakes all too well. There, beneath the bravado, lies the terror of a man who knows his enemies are circling, poised to strike. But Brutus stands paralyzed, caught between devotion and dread. What have I become, he thinks, the words a dagger twisting deep inside. He remembers the last time they shared a drink, laughter echoing against the walls, the world outside forgotten. How can the same heart beat for love and treachery? The clock ticks louder, each beat pushing him closer to the precipice. Now, Brutus! Cassius urges, a whisper laced with desperation. The world narrows, the crowd fades to a murmur, and time stretches. The weight of the moment crashes down. Will he betray his friend, or will he betray his country? Each heartbeat echoes in the silence, a symphony of conflict reverberating through the air. In that heartbeat, as the world hangs in the balance, he knows, this is the turning point. This is where it all changes. The choice that will rip apart the fabric of friendship and loyalty, the choice that will echo through time, like a haunting melody. The sun sets, draping the city in shadows, and in those shadows, destinies intertwine, waiting for the flare of a match that could ignite them all. The air was thick with an unspeakable tension, like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, waiting to unleash its fury. I stood there, watching the shadows flicker against the cold marble, their dance a haunting prelude to the chaos that enveloped my heart. A shiver slid down my spine as I caught a glimpse of his face, Caesar's regal countenance marred by a flicker of doubt, a crack in his otherwise unyielding facade. I could almost hear the whispers of fate curling around us, a serpent coiling tighter, ready to strike. Do you fear them? I asked, my voice a mere breath, yet it hung in the air like a promise, a threat. The courtyard echoed with the distant laughter of senators, men so consumed by power that they forgot the taste of love, the warmth of a hand held in the dark. I wanted to scream, to tear down the walls of this opulent prison filled with silk and gold. But instead, I stood there, an unwilling spectator to the game of love and betrayal that played out before me. Caesar turned his gaze toward the horizon, his eyes reflecting the dying embers of the sun. Fear? It's a luxury I cannot afford. His words were sharp, laced with a bitterness that shook me to my core. I remembered the nights when he would whisper sweet nothings into my ear beneath the stars, how his voice could ignite a fire in my heart. But those memories were now tainted, like a beautiful painting marred by a cruel splatter of ink. I could feel the pull of his ambition, the intoxicating allure of power that wrapped itself around him like a shroud. It was seductive and terrifying, a dance between the man I loved and the conqueror he was becoming. Was it wrong to love a man who sought to rule the world? I watched him, my heart a battlefield, torn between the man and the myth. And then there was Calpurnia, the woman who stood by his side, her presence like a ghost haunting the very air between us. She wore her crown of thorns with grace, an eternal reminder of the sacrifices made at the altar of politics. I could see the desperation etched on her face, the fear of losing him to a world that demanded blood and loyalty. I wanted to reach out to her, to console the woman who shared my love, but my own heartache shackled me with chains of envy and dread. She approached, her footsteps quiet yet heavy, the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. You think he will choose you? Her voice was a low whisper, a soft blade cutting through the tension. He is a man of ambition. Ambition is a hungry beast that devours all in its path. The truth of her words rattled me, like thunder cracking through a serene sky. I remembered every moment, the way he touched my arm, the way he made me feel invincible, yet utterly powerless at the same time. Every heartbeat echoed with the knowledge that our love was a fragile illusion, a flickering candle against the onslaught of darkness. I don't want to be a pawn in his game, I muttered, almost to myself. But the truth was, I already was. The The love we shared was a tapestry woven with threads of desire and ambition, but there were always shadows lurking, waiting to unravel it all. Neither do I, Calpurnia replied, her voice now a mere tremor. Yet here we stand, two women tied to a man who walks a dangerous path. I could see the reflection of my own fears in her eyes, a mirror of the storm that loomed between us. A strange camaraderie blossomed in that moment, forged in the fires of shared despair. We were two sides of the same coin, bound by love and ambition, yet destined to clash. The fear of betrayal hung over us like a shroud, a ghost of what could be. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens, but instead, I felt the world around me dim, the splendor of Rome turning to ash. And then, his voice broke through the haze, rich and potent, filled with the promise of conquest. "We will change the world," he declared, standing tall, filled with an intoxicating fervor. But his words sent a shiver through me, because I knew, changing the world often meant breaking it first. The clock ticked away the seconds, each one a hammer striking the anvil of fate. I remembered our nights of laughter, the echoes of love that danced through the shadows of our hearts. Those moments now felt like ghosts I could barely grasp. The laughter turned to silence, and the love turned sour, a bittersweet reminder of the price we were compelled to pay. In the back of my mind, I could hear the whispers of the senators, their laughter ringing like the tolling of a death knell. They plotted and schemed, their ambition a poison that seeped into everything, tainting the very foundation of our lives. I could see the outlines of daggers concealed behind their smiles, the treachery lurking beneath their polished facades. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the world tilting dangerously as I stood at the precipice. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver sheen upon the cobblestones, illuminating the faces of men who would betray their own for a taste of power. I looked at Caesar, the man I loved, and felt the weight of his ambition crushing me, suffocating the remnants of my heart. And then, in that fleeting moment, I realized love and politics were two sides of the same coin, both beautiful and grotesque. Our lives were mere chess pieces in a game larger than ourselves, yet here we were, tangled in a web of desire and desperation. As the shadows deepened around us, I could feel the tension electrify the air, a storm gathering strength, ready to burst forth with cataclysmic force. The night was alive with unsaid words, heavy with the weight of dreams unfulfilled and destinies torn apart. The world was watching, breath held tight in the fugue of uncertainty. Each heartbeat pounded like a war drum, echoing the mantra of our lives. Love. Betrayal. Ambition. What awaited us in the darkness? I didn't know. But as the clock continued its relentless march towards the inevitable, I felt the pull of something greater than all of us, a moment that would change everything, forever. The air is thick, pregnant with anticipation, as the chamber fills with the frantic whispers of attendants, their breaths shallow and hurried. I stand in the shadows, heart pounding like a war drum, an echo of the chaos unfolding around me. The flickering torchlight casts grotesque shadows on the walls, and for a harrowing moment, I wonder if the silhouettes are demons, come to reclaim what is theirs. I can almost hear their mocking laughter, mingling with the cries of a woman in labor, each scream a dagger that pierces through the night. I remember the weight of destiny, thick and suffocating, pressing down on us all like a heavy shroud. Cleopatra, my queen, my goddess, her beauty is eclipsed only by her fierce resolve, yet in this moment, she is raw, exposed, a warrior on the brink of surrender. The pain in her voice is both a plea and a promise, and it wraps around my heart like a vice, squeezing until I can barely breathe. I want to scream, to comfort her, but words cling to my throat, choking me. How can I console a woman who has tangled her life with the fate of nations? Cleopatra's hands grip the side of the birthing bed, knuckles white against the crimson silk. I see her struggle, each contraction pulling her deeper into a chasm of fear and hope. My son, she gasps, he must be a god, a savior. He will carry my legacy. But what legacy can a child inherit in a world teetering on the edge of chaos? The echoes of her words resonate in my mind, a haunting refrain that brushes against the fragile fabric of my own fears. I am but a man, a mere shadow in her brilliance, yet here I stand, watching as the tides of history swell around us. Outside, the night is alive with the rustle of leaves, a whispering wind carrying secrets from miles away, secrets of betrayal, of alliances forged in blood and gold. I remember the look in Julius Caesar's eyes when he first beheld Cleopatra, a tempest of ambition and desire. It was a look that ignited a fire in her spirit, transforming her from a mere queen into a force of nature. Yet love, in all its intoxicating beauty, is as perilous as it is powerful. I now understand the cost of their passion, for it is not just her heart that hangs in the balance, but the very future of Egypt, of Rome, of the world. Push! The midwife's command cuts through the air like a knife, sharp and urgent. I can see Cleopatra's face contort, a mosaic of pain and determination. Each push is a plea to the gods, a challenge to fate itself. My own hands tremble, desperate to reach out and steady her, to remind her of the strength that lies within. I remember the stories, the tales of fierce queens and warrior mothers, their blood coursing through my veins. But Cleopatra is more than a myth, she is flesh and bone, and right now, she is my everything. The moment stretches, infinite and fleeting, as if time itself has conspired to hold its breath. I can almost hear the distant drums of war, thundering in the background, a cruel reminder that outside these walls, a battle rages for the soul of a kingdom. The shadows flicker and dance, whispering tales of betrayal and loss, but here, in this moment, it is just us, bound by hope, fear, and relentless love. Then, with a final, harrowing cry, a sound that echoes through the ages, a wail that pierces the very fabric of the night, the child emerges. The world holds its breath, teetering on the edge of a knife, waiting for the verdict of fate. I see the midwife cradle the squirming bundle, her voice trembling as she announces, Caesarion. He is born. A fierce joy erupts within me, a wild, uncontainable fire that sends shockwaves through my veins. Yet the joy is tempered with fear, for with this birth comes a storm, a tempest that will test us all. I look into Cleopatra's eyes, and for a heartbeat, the world falls away. Amidst the chaos, she is radiant, a warrior queen reborn. But the darkness looms just beyond the horizon, a ghost that haunts our every step. I can see the flicker of doubt cross her face. What kind of world are we delivering this child into? Will he bear the weight of a legacy that could crush him? The thought is a serpent, slithering through my mind, wrapping around my throat, suffocating the very breath of hope. Promise me, she whispers, her voice fragile like glass, promise me you will protect him. I nod, though the weight of her plea threatens to crush me. I want to scream, to tell her that I am but a man, that the tides of fate are beyond my control. Yet in this moment, I am her ally, her confidant, and I must rise to the challenge, even if it means confronting my own fears. As the midwife hands the newborn to Cleopatra, I am struck by the sight, a tiny being, pure and unblemished, yet already burdened with the weight of expectation. I remember the stories of empires rising and falling, of love and betrayal, and I wonder if Caesarion will be a beacon of hope or a harbinger of doom. The world outside is dark, swirling with uncertainty, and I am left grappling with the enormity of what we have just created. The clock ticks on, each second stretching into eternity, and I realize that our lives will never be the same. We are bound together now, Cleopatra and I, by the fragile thread of fate, woven with love, ambition, and an unyielding will to survive. The night deepens, shadows creeping closer, the ghosts of our past whispering insidious truths, yet here, in this moment, amidst the cries of a newborn, we are alive, caught in the throes of a legacy that is only just beginning. But I know, in the marrow of my bones, that this birth is not an end, but a beginning, a prologue to a tale steeped in blood and glory, a story that will ripple across time, echoing through the ages. And as the heavens darken, I brace myself for the storm that will follow, knowing that every heartbeat, every breath, will count in this dance with destiny. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to taste, as Cleopatra stood at the edge of the Nile, staring into the mirror-like water. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed against the dark velvet sky, casting ghostly reflections that danced like the restless spirits of the past. A single drop of water splashed, breaking the surface, an omen, a whisper of the storm brewing not just in the heavens but in the very heart of her realm. "Can you feel it, my queen?" whispered Charmion, her loyal companion, her voice barely rising above the rustle of the papyrus reeds. "They come for us. They always come." The weight of impending doom clung to Cleopatra like a shroud, each word a dagger that twisted in her gut. She clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms, drawing strength from the pain. The alliance with Rome was supposed to bring prosperity, the dreams of grains and gold, laughter in the streets, the scent of jasmine in the air. But now, those dreams felt like chains dragging her into the abyss. Across the sea, in a dimly lit chamber filled with the scent of oil lamps and incense, Julius Caesar paced like a caged lion. His shadow flickered against the walls, a reminder of the power and the price of ambition. His heart thundered in his chest, echoing the anxiety that gnawed at him. He had conquered lands, commanded legions, but as he prepared to meet Cleopatra, he could not silence the voices whispering treachery in the back of his mind. What if she betrays me? The thought sliced through him, cold and ruthless. What if I am but a pawn in her game? His advisors clustered around him, faces shrouded in worry and weariness. You cannot trust her, Julius, one cautioned, fingers twitching nervously. She is as alluring as she is dangerous. But they couldn't grasp the truth of what he felt, a magnetic pull that transcended politics. The tapestry of desire and power was interwoven tightly, a fabric that threatened to tear asunder with each promise made in dark corners. Back in Alexandria, Cleopatra walked the palace halls, her heart a war drum echoing in her ears. She remembered the first time she had laid eyes on Caesar, the way he had filled the room with presence, like sunlight bursting through the clouds. I remember, she whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of nostalgia. I remember the thrill, the laughter, the way the world felt alive. But that was before the shadows grew long, before the stakes turned deadly high. Now, she was trapped in a gilded cage, her ambitions a double-edged sword cutting through the very fabric of her reign. The day of the meeting dawned, a shroud of mist wrapping around the city. Cleopatra donned her most exquisite gown, silk cascading around her like liquid moonlight. She prepared to face him, her heart a tempest of fear and longing. What if he sees through me, she thought, her hands trembling as she fastened the gold clasp that secured her cloak, a symbol of her royal lineage, yet a reminder of the chains binding her to fate. Meanwhile, Caesar sailed on a ship that sliced through the waves, the wind howling like a banshee. His mind raced with the duality of desire and duty, the weight of his legacy pressing down like a millstone. I must show strength, but also vulnerability, he thought, heart pounding, anticipation mingling with dread. She's a queen, a puzzle I can't afford to misinterpret. As they finally met, the tension crackled, her golden skin, luminous against the gloom, and his rugged, imposing frame casting a shadow over her. Their eyes locked, and time itself seemed to stutter, the world narrowing until it was just the two of them, caught in a spell that could either forge an alliance or shatter their worlds. You've come to conquer, or to be conquered, she challenged, voice dripping with honeyed venom. I've come for you, he replied, and the words fell like thunder, shattering the silence into a million pieces. The truth hung between them, electric and dangerous. They both laughed, a short, sharp sound that echoed off the ancient stone, almost absurd in its timing. The laughter faded quickly, replaced by a heavy silence that draped over them like a mourning cloak. But deep within their eyes, a tempest brewed, a shared understanding, a flicker of hope amidst looming despair. This was not merely an alliance of nations, it was a collision of souls, an explosion waiting to happen. The stakes were not just political, they were painted in blood, betrayal, and unspoken desires. At that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, setting fire to the sky, colors bleeding together in a symphony of red and orange. An omen. A reminder that the world was beautiful yet cruel, and the rise and fall of empires often mirrored the rise and fall of hearts. As they stood in that charged silence, other figures lurked in the shadows, Brutus, passion twisted with resentment, and Charmion, torn between loyalty and fear. They watched with bated breath, knowing that whatever unfolded would echo through time, reverberating through history's corridors like a haunting melody. The air thickened with unsaid words, unresolved conflicts, and flickering hopes. In that fragile moment, everything hung by a thread. Would they unite to forge a future, or would ambition devour them whole, leaving nothing but ghosts in its wake? And as the clock struck midnight, the world pivoted on the edge of a blade, each heart racing, every breath heavy with anticipation. This was the moment that would change everything, an unsteady alliance forged in the fires of desire, treachery, and a longing for power that echoed through the ages. The die was cast, the players were set. The game had begun, and the stakes had never been higher. The night stretched on, dark and limitless, and with it, the promise of everything, and nothing, lay ahead. Silence. A stretched canvas of stillness, thick enough to choke the air. The sun hung low, bleeding streaks of crimson across the edges of the horizon, as Cleopatra's ship cut through the waters of the Mediterranean. The waves lapped hungrily at its sides, like whispers, like prayers, like warnings. On board, tension knotted like a noose around the throats of those aboard, binding them in shared dread and anticipation. I remember the moment vividly, the sharp crack of wood splintering beneath the strain of expectation, the flicker of unease in the eyes of those around me. A battle was brewing, not of swords and shields, but of hearts and souls. This was not merely an entrance, it was a reckoning, a tempest swirling beneath the surface, ready to unleash chaos. Cleopatra stood at the helm, a goddess adrift on the crest of her own ambition. Her raven hair, dark as a moonless night, cascaded down her shoulders, framing a face where beauty and fear danced an intricate waltz. She wore the weight of her destiny like a crown, though it felt more like a shackle. The people below, Romans, Egyptians, onlookers of every kind, could smell the storm brewing. They could taste it on their tongues, electric and raw. And then, there was Octavian, young and restless, a lion masked in the skin of a man. His heart was a battlefield, torn between the allure of power and the ghosts of his own insecurities. As he paced the marble halls of the Senate, he envisioned Cleopatra, her brilliance blinding yet terrifying. "She will come for me," he muttered, his words biting at the edges of his sanity. He felt her presence in every shadow, each flickering candlelight a reminder of her seduction and strength. I remember standing behind him, the cold stone pressing against my back, the weight of his fear enveloping me like an unwelcome shroud. His hands clenched, fingers white-knuckled around the edge of a scroll, plan scribbled hastily, each word a desperate plea to hold onto the remnants of his control. "She thinks she can take Rome," he hissed, each syllable punctuated by the rhythm of his restless heart. "But she'll find nothing but ashes." Yet, as the sun melted into the sea, Cleopatra's ship glided toward the shores of Rome, a spectre rising from the depths of the unknown. People gathered, drawn like moths to a flame, spectators to the grandest spectacle of their age. In their hearts, they carried a mixture of trepidation and excitement, each heartbeat synchronized with the pulse of history, echoing the promise of upheaval. The moment the ship docked, the air charged with an electric thrill. Cleopatra emerged, draped in shimmering silks that flowed like liquid gold. The sun caught her skin, illuminating her presence as if she were forged from the very light of the gods. I could feel the gasps ripple through the crowd, a wave of collective astonishment that held them breathless. Her eyes, pools of ancient wisdom and youthful defiance, scanned the audience, igniting flames of adoration and envy in equal measure. But it wasn't just the spectacle that gripped me, it was the fear in her heart, the vulnerability hidden beneath the layers of opulence. I watched as she took a step forward, a lioness stepping into a den filled with wolves. I could see the flicker of doubt cross her face. This wasn't merely a performance, it was survival. Each step resonated with the knowledge that she was not just Cleopatra, but a woman grappling with her destiny, threading her way through the labyrinth of power and danger. I remember thinking, what if she stumbles? What if her heart falters? The crowd, a living entity, surged forward, hungry for her approval, yet ready to tear her apart. Their desire for a queen clashed with their fear of the unknown. The laughter and cheers that once erupted turned to whispers, dark and foreboding. They filled the air like smoke, curling around the pillars of power, igniting questions that lingered unspoken. Would she be their savior, or would her beauty lead them to ruin? Octavian stood at the edge of it all, grappling with the tempest inside him. "I must show her strength. I must show her Rome," he whispered, his breath shaky. The fear of being eclipsed by her radiance gnawed at him, consuming every rational thought. He was not just battling for power, he was fighting for existence, against the shadows of inferiority that haunted him. As Cleopatra approached the Senate, I could feel the weight of every heartbeat, every breath drawn in sync with the stakes rising around her. She raised her chin, defiance glimmering in her eyes. The moment stretched, a taut line between triumph and catastrophe. "I am not here to conquer," her voice rang out, tinged with a melody that wrapped around every listener. I am here to unite. Together, we are stronger. Her words echoed, reverberating against the stone walls, weaving through the crowd like a spell. But beneath the surface, I sensed the tremors of doubt. Octavian's gaze darkened, his pulse matching the rhythm of her voice, each note a challenge, a dare to the very essence of his being. Unite, he thought, a ruthless smirk creeping onto his lips. Or divide us? The tension thickened, layering itself upon every passerby, weaving a web of uncertainty that would ensnare them all. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting Rome into a cloak of night, a future filled with shadows loomed overhead. In that moment, Cleopatra was not just a queen, she was a haunting melody, a battle cry, a fragile soul standing at the precipice of eternity. Her heart pounded louder than the cheers, echoing the weight of her choices. All around, the world held its breath, caught in the grip of an impending storm of love, betrayal, and a destiny that neither of them could escape. I remember feeling it pulse through me, the delicious terror of the unknown. The stage was set, the actors poised for a performance that would echo through the ages. And in the looming darkness, as Cleopatra faced her future, I couldn't shake the haunting question that echoed in my mind: was this the beginning of a new era or the birth of a tragedy? The answer hung in the air, ripe with uncertainty, and just like the world around her, it trembled on the brink of chaos. The air hangs heavy, thick with the scent of salt and smoke, a haunting reminder of the past as the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient stones. Each pulse of the drum reverberates through the ground, a heartbeat of a land smothered in history. I remember the first time I returned to Egypt, a haunting echo of a place I knew yet didn't know, a lover's embrace that held both warmth and cold despair. Shira stands at the edge of the crowd, her heart pounding in time with the drums, a battlefield of emotions raging within her. The people chant her name, but the sound feels distant, like a half-remembered dream. Shira, Shira, Shira. Each syllable sharpens her resolve, yet it cuts deeper too, an acknowledgement of what she has lost and what she must reclaim. She can feel the weight of 1,000 eyes on her, an unyielding pressure, both exhilarating and terrifying. She remembers her mother, a figure cloaked in shadows, a queen wrapped in mystery and sorrow. To rule is to grieve, her mother had whispered in the dark, her voice a trembling echo. Now, standing amidst the chaos, Shira feels that grief washing over her like a wave, pulling her under. What does it mean to rule when your heart is fractured? The essence of her lineage, the legacy of power and pain, coils around her throat like a noose, squeezing tighter as the chorus rises. Across the square, Cairo watches with eyes that betray nothing, yet in them burns a tempest of emotions. He knows Shira's past, the ghosts that linger in her wake. He's been her anchor, though sometimes it feels like he's drowning alongside her. He remembers the night they buried her mother beneath the unforgiving sands, every grain a reminder of their broken kingdom. The moon hung low that night, a witness to their shared sorrow, its light a pale spectre against the darkness. Now, he stands in the shadows, her loyal guardian, her unyielding friend, yet he yearns to be more. But how can he? When she wears her grief like armor, when vulnerability is a luxury she cannot afford. Tonight, he thinks, heart-pounding, is the night. The drums pulse harder, faster, as if the gods themselves are summoning the spirits of the ancients to witness her rise. She must reclaim her throne. Yet doubt lingers like smoke, curling through his thoughts. Can she? Will they accept her? A woman in command of a kingdom steeped in tradition, where power is a beast that devours the weak. The fear of failure clings to him, a dark weight he can barely bear, but he knows he cannot let her see it. Not tonight. Meanwhile, shadows slide through the alleys, whispering secrets, and Shira can feel them, dark tendrils of doubt wrapping around her, testing her resolve. The city feels alive, a breathing entity that watches with bated breath. You are not enough, the whispers hiss, not without blood. Not without sacrifice. They weave into her thoughts, unsettling yet strangely familiar. She had heard them since childhood, those phantoms of self-doubt, always lurking in the corners of her mind. Shira, Cairo's voice cuts through the din, low and steady. She turns, locking eyes with him, and in that moment, the world falls away, the crowd, the noise, the weight of expectation. His gaze speaks volumes, an unspoken promise. You are not alone. God, how desperately she clings to that truth, even as the terror of her lineage claws at her insides, demanding she choose between duty and desire. Are you ready? He asks, the question heavy between them. She sees the flicker of fear in his eyes, a rawness that pulls at her heart. Ready? How can one be ready to face the ghosts of the past? To claim a throne stained with the blood of betrayal and loss? I remember, she whispers, the memories flooding back, her mother's laughter, the warmth of her embrace, the day she was taken from her. I remember the shadows closing in. Suddenly, the drums change rhythm, a frantic crescendo as the crowd's energy surges. They are hungry for a leader, for someone to guide them through the darkness. Shira feels the fire within her, igniting with each beat. She remembers the sacrifices made for her to stand here, the nights spent in desperation, the promises whispered to the stars. It's time to rise, to seize the moment. The weight of her lineage, the pain of her past, it is not just a burden, it is her strength. With a deep breath, she steps forward into the light, a figure of defiance against the encroaching shadows. I will not be your ghost, she declares, her voice rising above the chant, each word slicing through the air like a dagger. The crowd hushes, breath held in a collective gasp, as Cairo steps beside her, shoulder to shoulder, a silent vow of solidarity. Together, he murmurs, and the word resonates like a bell, striking chords of hope in the hearts around them. He knows, as they face the unknown together, that they are bound by something more profound than duty. It is a shared mission, a battle cry against the darkness that threatens to engulf them. But as they stand in that fragile moment of unity, the shadows shift, and a figure emerges from the darkness, an old rival, a remnant of the kingdom's past, eyes gleaming with malice, ready to challenge her claim. You think you can rule, the figure sneers, voice dripping with disdain. You are a child playing at power. The crowd murmurs, anticipation tinged with fear. Shira's heart races, but Cairo's presence steadies her. I know the weight of a crown, she replies, voice unwavering, and I am not afraid to bear it. The air crackles with tension, a storm brewing between them, and in that moment, every past moment converges, the laughter, the loss, the longing for acceptance. The confrontation looms, the stakes sky high, emotions raw and pulsing like an open wound. The city holds its breath, caught in the crosshairs of destiny, and beneath the surface, Shira feels the pulse of something greater than herself, a movement, a revolution, a return to power that is not merely about ruling, but about healing the wounds of generations. As the first words of challenge are exchanged, the world narrows, time distorts, and the echoes of history entwine with the present. Shadows and light dance in a macabre waltz, and she knows the battle is not just for the throne but for the very soul of a people. This is no longer just about her, it is about every heart that beats within the walls of this ancient land, every dream that yearns for freedom, for hope. And as the confrontation begins, the city breathes with them, a living entity caught in the throes of change. The night is alive, electric with promise and peril, a symphony of chaos and courage. In the depths of darkness, they are ignited, a flame unquenchable, a battle for legacy, identity, and the right to rule. As the first clash erupts, and the shadows writhe, the story unfurls, a tapestry of history, emotion, and raw power ready to be woven into a new future. And in this moment, the past is not just a memory, it breathes, it lives, and it is her time to reclaim it, to rise, to rule. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and desperation, a pungent reminder that Alexandria, once a haven of knowledge, was now a battlefield draped in chaos. Ashes danced in the fading light, mingling with the cries of the wounded and the echoes of clashing swords. Somewhere in the distance, a familiar voice, one that I had hoped would be my anchor in this storm, called out desperately for me. Cleopatra! Her voice was like a siren song, laced with urgency and fear, slicing through the cacophony of war. I stood at the edge of the harbor, the salty breeze tangling my hair, the weight of my sword pressing against my palm. I remember the moment vividly, as if the world had paused, the very cosmos holding its breath for what was to come. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that twisted like serpents on the cobblestone streets. I could feel the tremor of the city beneath my feet, a heartbeat pulsing with uncertainty, and I was caught in its thrall. Marcus! Cleopatra's voice trembled, pulling me from the depths of my thoughts. She emerged through the haze, regal and fierce, yet cracked in the edges, as if this siege had frayed her very essence. Her eyes, once luminous and full of ambition, now flickered with a fear that could shatter stone. "We must hold on," I shouted, my heart pounding as I rushed to her side. The chaos swirled around us, but in that moment, it was just us standing on the precipice of calamity. "We can still turn this around, Cleo. We have to believe that." Her lips curled into a bitter smile, the kind that tasted of ash. "Belief won't keep us alive. Ptolemy's forces close in, and I can feel the walls tightening around us." There was a tremor in her voice, like the flutter of a dying bird. Memories flooded my mind, starlit nights spent dreaming of a united Alexandria, evenings filled with laughter and ambition, envisioning a future where we'd stand together, rulers of a new world. But those dreams felt like a cruel joke now, stretching thin and fraying at the edges, as reality crashed in like thunder. "Hail, Cleopatra!" A voice roared behind us, slicing through the moment. A soldier of Ptolemy, clad in armor that glinted in the dim light, hurled a challenge. I turned, adrenaline sparking through my veins, ready to fight, to defend. "Stay back!" I raised my blade, heart racing, every instinct screaming for action. The faces around us blurred. Who were allies? Who were enemies? All I knew was that I had to protect her, even if that meant sacrificing my own sanity. "Marcus, listen to me," Cleopatra said, her voice a tightrope of desperation and determination. "If we're to survive this, we need more than steel. We need cunning." Her gaze pierced into mine, searching for the man I once was. "There's no room for doubt, no time for hesitation. We must outsmart Ptolemy." I nodded, though dread gnawed at me like a rat feasting on a corpse. I glanced at the horizon, the distant silhouettes of Ptolemy's ships looming like dark omens. "And how do we do that?" My voice tremored, the question hanging heavy between us. "We exploit his arrogance," she whispered, her brows knitting together. "He believes he has us cornered. Let him think so. We feed him false information, lure him into our trap." The plan was as dangerous as it was thrilling, a live wire sparking with the potential for danger. But a glimmer of hope ignited in my chest. "And if it fails?" "Failure is not an option," she replied, a steeliness returning to her tone. The fire in her spirit sparked the embers in my own. I remembered the way she had captivated the court with her brilliance, how her laughter rang like bells in a quiet church. She was a force of nature, a tempest, and I was merely a leaf caught in her storm. As if sensing my hesitation, she stepped closer, her breath warm against my cheek. "Together, we are fierce. Apart, we are dust in the wind." The moment hung between us, charged with an electricity that crackled in the air. I could feel the weight of her resolve, the way she needed me, how she believed in the power of our union. A roar erupted from the other side of the harbor, a throng of Ptolemy's men charging forth, their shouts drowning the fragile hope we had woven. Fear surged through me once more, a cold grip around my throat, but I shook it off. "Then let us give them a show," I said, my voice a low growl. The fear morphed into a pulse of adrenaline. I would not let her down, not when every heartbeat counted. We moved swiftly through the shadows of the crumbling city, the scent of smoke trailing behind us like a ghost. The streets felt alive, the walls a tapestry of whispers and secrets, and I could almost hear the ghosts of philosophers and poets urging us onward. The siege was a symphony of chaos, yet we danced in the heart of it, synced in purpose, fueled by desperation and a flicker of hope. But Ptolemy's presence lingered like a dark cloud overhead. I could feel his arrogance, his insatiable hunger for power pressing against us, threatening to suffocate. He would not give up his claim without a fight. That was when I saw her, an unexpected figure amidst the storm. The last remnant of my past, my sister, now caught in the coils of this treachery. "I will save you," I cried out, but she shook her head, despair painting her features. She had made her choice long ago, and it was too late for regrets. "No, Marcus. You must save Alexandria." Her voice tore through me, a chilling echo of what had been. Her sacrifice weighed on my heart like lead. I remembered the laughter we shared as children, the dreams of a brighter tomorrow. I had to move on, I had to fight. The echo of a battle cry snapped me back, and I turned to Cleopatra, her eyes fierce and bright, reflecting the flames of the chaos surrounding us. "We end this tonight," we said, and together we surged forward into the storm, hearts pounding, bodies trembling, the fate of the world hanging in the balance. With every clash of steel, every cry of anguish, we were reminded of the stakes. And as the darkness loomed, a single thought pulsed through my mind: this was just the beginning. The siege was not an end but a prelude to something far greater, a conflict that would etch our names into the annals of history. Darkness whispered through the halls of the palace, a ghostly breath that crept on the heels of silence, thick and suffocating. The torches flickered as if they sensed the weight of despair. I stood in the shadows, heart pounding, not knowing if I was part of this twisted tragedy or merely a spectator. The news had shattered the air just moments ago, slicing through the heavy atmosphere, and I felt its jagged edge pierce my soul. Ptolemy XIII was dead. The boy king who once wore his crown like a fragile halo, now lay lifeless, his eternity sealed beneath the weight of betrayal. I remember the way Cleopatra's eyes glimmered, a storm brewing within them, anger and fear waltzing on the fringes of madness. She was a goddess, yet tonight she felt like a mortal torn apart by grief, the silken veil of her power unraveling thread by thread. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but the distance between us grew, suffocating, like the thick smoke that curled around the burning remnants of her dreams. Ptolemy's death cracked the very foundation of her ambitions, leaving her standing naked against the cold winds of uncertainty. Her hands trembled as she traced the contours of the throne, her throne, but now it felt heavy with shadows, marking a transition from youthful dreams to the specter of loneliness. She gripped the armrests and closed her eyes, a deep breath shuddering through her chest, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. I could feel her pulse, a frantic rhythm that resonated with the pain of lost opportunities. She was not just mourning a brother, a king, she was mourning the child she had lost to the tides of power. And then there was Caesarion, her son, a flickering candle in this tempest, too young to shoulder the weight of a crown yet too old to escape the clutches of history. The boy, with wide eyes that gleamed with innocence, stood frozen by the door, his small frame dwarfed by the enormity of what had been unleashed. I ached for him, for the way he clung to the edges of childhood while the world around him crumbled. How do you explain to a child that power is a double-edged sword, sharp and unforgiving? "Mother," his voice was a mere whisper, fragile and trembling like the last leaf clinging to a branch in the midst of winter. "What will happen now?" The question hung in the air, a heavy fog of uncertainty, and I felt the room constrict around us. Cleopatra turned, her gaze fierce and tender all at once. "We will rise, Caesarion." "We must rise," she replied, but there was uncertainty in her voice, a tremor that betrayed her bravado. What was she really promising? A kingdom carved from the ashes of the dead? Or a dream shattered, where shadows danced on the edges of despair? The echoes of Ptolemy's death ricocheted through the palace, reverberating into the streets, into the hearts of the people. I could almost hear the whispers, the frantic murmur of the crowd outside, their fears spilling over like a broken dam. Is she mad? What will she do? They didn't know, and neither did she. The air was thick with suspicion and dread, a tempest brewing just on the horizon, waiting to spill forth in a deluge of chaos. Time is a cruel mistress, I thought, feeling its pull, dragging me into the morass of emotion swirling in that chamber. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, its mechanical heartbeat a constant reminder of the moment slipping away. Each tick sounded like the countdown to something terrible. I could see it in Cleopatra's face. She was caught in a web of her own making, a queen with no kingdom, a mother with a son who would bear the weight of her choices. Outside, the moon hung low, a pale witness to the unfolding drama. I could feel it, the world beyond our walls, teetering on the edge of revolution, a raw nerve exposed as the populace sensed the shift in power. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, rising like a tide against the palace gates. I could feel a surge of energy, a collective heartbeat thrumming through the streets, and I knew what came next would be a battle not just for power, but for soul. Cleopatra moved toward the window, the moonlight casting a spectral glow on her face. "I will not be broken," she declared, the fire igniting in her eyes. There was something mesmerizing about her resolve, a fierce beauty wrapped in the chaotic web of ambition and fear. But fear is a two-headed coin, and her strength could just as easily become her downfall. And so I stood there, caught in the storm of emotion, the electric pool of history surging through me, tethered to these flawed beings, their hearts beating in tandem with mine. I felt the past alive around me, ghosts of choices made and unmade, each moment crashing together like waves against a jagged shore. Their stories would bleed into one another, intertwining, as they faced the specter of fate looming over them. Ptolemy's lifeless body lay still, a stark reminder etched in the air, and as I turned my gaze back to Cleopatra and Caesarion, time seemed to unravel, pulling us deeper into the chaos. Every breath felt like a prayer, a desperate grasp at hope, and I realized that in this tangled web of power and loss, something greater was at stake. "Prepare yourself, my son," Cleopatra said, her voice steady but laced with an urgency that crackled in the air. "We will face whatever comes, together." I felt it, the weight of the impending storm pressing in close, the shadows whispering secrets of what was to come. The clock ticked on, a reminder that time waits for no one, and as the palace filled with the echoes of the past and the tension of the future, I sensed that this was just the beginning. A tempest was brewing, and I was drawn into its eye, heart racing and pulse quickening, unwilling to look away from the unfolding tragedy. The candle flickered in the dim chamber, shadows dancing on the walls as if whispering secrets long buried beneath the sands of time. Cleopatra, the last queen of Egypt, stood there, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. Outside, the cries of soldiers echoed like the shrieking winds of a coming storm. Her mind raced, memories flooding in, a blur of love and betrayal, of power and helplessness. I remember the day they came for me, the day my world shifted like the sands of the Nile. She clasped a jeweled necklace, cool against her skin, a reminder of the promises made, the alliances forged. Mark Antony's voice rang in her ears, a lover's serenade mingling with the harsh reality of war. "We are bound together, Cleopatra," he had said, eyes blazing with passion and ambition. But ambition is a double-edged sword, slicing through the flesh of loyalty, leaving nothing but blood and despair in its wake. In Rome, the Republic was crumbling, factions tearing at its heart like hungry wolves. Julius Caesar's ghost haunted the halls, a spectre of a man who had once swept Cleopatra into a whirlwind of dreams, only to leave a legacy of chaos. I remember Caesar's laughter, the way it echoed through the marble halls, a cruel reminder of what once was. Now, the city reeked of treachery, and Antony was caught in the crossfire, and I, too, was ensnared in the web of fate, each thread woven tighter with every heartbeat. Then there was Octavian, a name that sent chills down her spine. The boy she had known as a child, now a man with the world at his fingertips, a predator circling closer, his hunger insatiable. "He will come for you," her advisors warned, their voices trembling with fear. But fear is a cage, and she was born to fly. I remember the night I stood at the edge of the balcony, the Mediterranean breeze tousling my hair, daring the gods to strike me down. I was not afraid. As battles raged on, the blood of soldiers soaked the earth, staining the sands crimson. I watched as hope slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. Antony loved me, but love is a fickle ally, especially in the midst of war. I could see the doubt in his eyes, the way his gaze lingered on the horizon, searching for a sign, for victory. I wanted to be his muse, his queen, but my heart thudded with the weight of my own ambitions. What if I am nothing more than a pawn in this game? I wondered, the thought gnawing at me. One fateful night, the air crackled with tension as Antony summoned me to his tent, the flickering torchlight casting eerie shadows. I entered, heart racing, every step echoing like a drumbeat of doom. Our gazes locked, and in that moment, I felt the weight of the world pressing down on us. "Cleopatra," he said, voice heavy with uncertainty, "if I fall, will you stand with me?" The question hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I could feel the ghosts of our choices swirling around us, the echoes of laughter and promises mingling with the scent of war. "I will stand with you, my love," I replied, though my voice trembled. But would I? Would my heart betray me in the face of power, in the cold embrace of survival? I remember the taste of iron on my tongue, the sweetness of lies draping over my shoulders like a silk robe, suffocating yet exquisite. The next day, the clash of swords rang out like a funeral dirge. I stood on a distant hill, watching as chaos erupted before me, the battlefield a grotesque tapestry woven with the threads of ambition and despair. Antony fought valiantly, but there was a vulnerability in his stance, a weariness that gnawed at my heart. I wanted to scream, to run to him, but my feet were glued to the ground, shackled by the weight of my choices. As the dust settled, the cries of the fallen echoed in my ears, a haunting lullaby. I saw Antony fall, the light fading from his eyes, and in that moment, the world shattered around me. I remember the darkness that enveloped my heart, the crushing realization that love can turn to ash in a heartbeat. The Romans cheered, but their cheers felt like daggers in my chest. They didn't know the price of ambition, the toll it takes on the soul. In the aftermath, I returned to my palace, the echoes of war trailing behind me like ghosts. I stood in the silence, surrounded by opulence, yet feeling hollow, a queen with no kingdom. I remember staring into the mirror, looking for the woman I once was, but finding only a shadow, a reflection of loss. The weight of the crown felt heavier than ever, a burden suffocating my spirit. But Octavian was coming, and I had to make a choice. I felt the eyes of history upon me, the whispers of the ancients echoing in the stillness. I could surrender, let the tides of fate wash over me, or I could rise, defiant and fierce. The Nile had taught me resilience, the stars spoke of destiny. I would not go quietly, I would fight until the last breath left my body. As night fell, the city lay beneath a blanket of darkness, shrouded in shadows. I could hear the distant murmurs of the Roman legions, the anticipation of what was to come. My heart thundered in my chest as I prepared for the confrontation that awaited me. The stakes were higher than ever, and I was ready to embrace my fate, to dance with the ghosts of my choices. This was not the end, it was merely the prelude to a new chapter, a fierce declaration of a woman unyielding in the face of despair. I would stand, I would fight, and I would carve my name into the annals of history. I remember the stars shining brightly overhead, as if daring me to take my place among them. The cosmos awaited, and so did destiny. The air crackled with tension, a charged silence settling over the forum like a heavy fog. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of a day long past but never forgotten. I remember the first time I saw him, the way the people parted like the sea before him, their faces a mosaic of awe and fear, history itself crackling at his heels. Mark Antony. His name felt like thunder, reverberating through the marrow of my bones, sending shivers of trepidation coursing through me. I remember the pulse of the crowd, a living thing, throbbing with anticipation, its heartbeat in sync with my own. Then he appeared, a hawk among doves, his presence swallowing the murmur of the masses. Cloaked in a dark mantle, the fabric billowed around him, a storm waiting to break. I could feel it, the weight of expectation, the haunting reminder of dreams turned to nightmares. Fear clawed at my insides, a creature desperate to escape, driven by the knowledge that alliances were never simple. They were like the shifting sands of the desert, one moment solid, the next, an abyss ready to swallow you whole. And there stood Lucilla, eyes wide, staring up at him as if he were a god descending from Olympus. Her heart ached with a mix of admiration and dread, the kind of love that was more like a fever than a joy. I could see it in her trembling hands, the way she clutched the edge of her robe, as though it could shield her from the storm brewing inside her heart. She had given so much to this cause, poured herself into the rebellion against tyranny, only to find this moment suffocating her dreams. "What have we done?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, fraying at the edges. I wanted to reach out, to tell her it was going to be okay, but the truth lay heavy on my tongue, a bitter pill lodged in my throat. Then, out of the chaos and the shadows, his deep voice cut through the tension, a blade of steel wrapped in honey. "I've come not to bury Caesar, but to forge a new destiny." The words echoed, ricocheting off the stone walls, a promise laced with peril. His gaze swept over the crowd, lingering on the faces that reflected desperation and hope. I felt the air shift, the electricity sparking between him and Lucilla, a connection that could either save or destroy us all. It was intoxicating and terrifying, the magnetic pull of ambition and desire erupting like a supernova. As he continued, I couldn't help but think of the cost. Each word was a coin tossed into the well of fate, each promise a hook laced with barbs, ready to ensnare us. I remember the echoes of laughter in Rome's streets, the joy that now felt like a distant memory. Mark Antony was a tempest, and in his wake, we would either rise like phoenixes or fall like shattered glass. The crowd surged forward, voices rising in a chaotic symphony of agreement and dissent. I felt the tide pulling me along, swept away by the fervor, yet tethered to my doubts. What if this was all a mirage, a fleeting glimpse of hope that would slip through our fingers like water? Lucilla's face was a canvas of emotion, her eyes shining with a mix of hope and fear, a reflection of my own turmoil. "Do you trust him?" I asked, the words clawing their way out of me, raw and unfiltered. She hesitated, and in that pause, I saw the weight of her decision pressing down on her shoulders. "I want to," she replied, her voice trembling. "But desire can twist even the noblest hearts." I remember the ache in my chest as I watched her struggle with the truth of her words. The shadows lengthened around us, the dying light casting an eerie glow over Antony, who stood there like a conqueror, arms spread wide, inviting us into his grand vision. But visions could be deceptive, and hope, like the flicker of a candle, could extinguish with a sudden gust of wind. Then came the moment that changed everything. Just as Antony reached out, a figure broke through the throng, Cicero, his face a mask of fury and indignation, a storm ready to unleash its wrath. "You seek to manipulate the people, Antony," he shouted, his voice cutting through the air, sharp as a dagger. "This is not a game for the ambitious, this is life and death." The atmosphere grew thick with tension, a palpable force that constricted around my throat. Cicero was a spectre of reason, yet his words stung like a wasp. I could see the fear in Lucilla's eyes, the way her breath quickened, the pulse at her throat a frantic drum. "What if he is right?" she murmured, doubt creeping in like a thief in the night. "What if this alliance is built on sand?" But Antony stood firm, unyielding. "Is it not better to join forces than to wither alone?" His gaze locked onto mine, piercing through the crowd, a challenge that dared me to deny him. And in that moment, I felt the gravity of history pressing down upon us, the weight of countless lives lived and lost. Time itself seemed to warp as I held my breath, waiting for Lucilla to make her choice. "Together, we can rise," Antony continued, his voice rising to a crescendo, each word igniting the flames of conviction. "Together, we can reclaim what has been stolen from us." Hope flickered in Lucilla's eyes, but doubt lingered, a ghost that refused to be exorcised. I remember wanting to shout, to break the silence that held us captive. "What if he is a wolf in sheep's clothing?" But the words lodged in my throat, trapped in the cacophony of emotions swirling around us. And then, in that burning moment, I saw it, the flicker of a choice hanging in the air like the last breath before a plunge into the unknown. I felt the chill of the night wrapping around me, the cosmos itself holding its breath, as I stood on the precipice of destiny, with Lucilla and Antony by my side. The world felt impossibly vast and painfully small, a paradox that echoed the very nature of our existence. The crowd surged, a wave crashing against the shore, and I knew that whatever happened next would forge our fates, entwining us in a web of dreams and nightmares, binding us in a new alliance. Lightning crackled across the sky, illuminating the darkness, as the sea churned with a fury that mirrored the hearts of men. The scent of salt and fear saturated the air, a gust of wind whipping through the rigging of the ships, each gust a whisper of fate. I stood on the deck of the Antonia *, my hands trembling as I gripped the railing, feeling the wood splinter beneath my fingers like the very resolve of our forces. It was an omen, a prelude to the blood that would soon stain the waters of Actium. In that moment, I could hear the frantic heartbeat of the universe, a steady drum echoing the fear that clung to me like sweat. I remembered Marcus, my brother, his laughter echoing in my mind, a stark contrast to the grim reality before us. He had believed in the gods, in the stars aligning for our victory. But now, as I gazed toward the horizon, I remembered the way his voice had trembled when he spoke of Cleopatra, the enchantress whose very name sent a shiver down my spine. She was more than a queen, she was a storm, and I, a mere mortal caught in her tempest. But my heart belonged to another, a fierce and fiery spirit named Octavia. Her eyes held the wisdom of ages, yet they sparkled with the innocence of youth, as if she hadn't yet realized the depths of betrayal that lay beneath the surface. I had watched her from afar, my heart aching with unspoken words, as she stood resolute on the shore, a silhouette against the dying sun. She had pleaded for peace, her voice trembling like the fragile wings of a moth. "Don't let this madness consume us," she had said, and the memory felt like a dagger twisting in my gut. How could I embrace peace when war was a serpent coiling around my neck, tightening with every breath I took? But now, the drums of war reverberated in the distance, a relentless cadence that drowned out her whispers, and I stood ready to fight. I remembered the last time I had seen her, the way she had gazed at me with a mixture of hope and despair. "You must promise me," she had said softly, her hands gripping my arms. "You must promise me, no matter what, you will return." Those words hung heavily in the air as I squared my shoulders, the weight of my promise crashing over me like the waves against our ships. "Form ranks!" The shout pierced the chaos, sending a shiver down my spine as I prepared for the inevitable clash. My breath quickened, a frantic rhythm that matched the pounding of my heart. Across the water, the banners of Antony fluttered in the wind, bold and defiant, while Cleopatra's ships gleamed like jewels in the fading light. They were forces of nature, a beautiful chaos, and yet I felt the fraying threads of my own resolve. Then, I spotted her, Cleopatra, standing tall and regal, her presence intoxicating even from afar. She was a queen draped in the darkness of night, her beauty both a weapon and a curse. I remembered the stories of her seduction, the way men had fallen at her feet, entranced by her every move. I had chuckled at the tales, dismissing them as mere myths, but now, facing her fleet, I felt the truth of those words. She could ensnare a man's heart with a glance, and I was no different. My loyalty to Octavia, my brother Marcus, felt fragile, like a spider's web in a storm. The clash began with a roar, the sound crashing against the shore, drowning out my thoughts. Arrows flew like dark-winged harbingers of death, and the screams of men echoed into the night, a symphony of chaos that made my blood run cold. I thrust my sword forward, feeling the steel bite into flesh, a visceral connection that sent shockwaves through my soul. I was not merely a soldier, I was a vessel of rage and sorrow, and each kill felt like a betrayal to the man I had been the day before. Time twisted and turned, a cruel waltz as I fought through a haze of adrenaline and despair. I remembered the days of laughter with Marcus, the simple joys of life before ambition and conquest had turned us into shadows of ourselves. I could almost hear him whispering, "We are not titans, brother. We are mere mortals bound by our choices." But here I was, knee-deep in the bloody waters, drowning in the consequences of our ambitions. The tides were shifting, and as I turned to face another enemy, my gaze locked with Cleopatra's. It was as if time had stopped, the chaos around us fading into a distant murmur. For a heartbeat, I saw past the queen, past the crown she wore so heavily. I saw a woman, a mother, a lover, a warrior, fighting against the currents that threatened to pull her under. In that moment, we were not enemies, we were two souls adrift in a storm. But the moment vanished, and the weight of reality crashed back down. I was fighting for Octavia, for the brotherhood that had once defined me, but I could feel Cleopatra's gaze like a spark against my skin, igniting something I had buried deep within. I remembered Octavia's laughter, her warmth, the way she made me feel alive, and yet here I was, consumed by the allure of power that Cleopatra wielded with such grace. The battle raged on, a tempest of fury and despair, and I fought, not just for victory, but for redemption, for the promise I had made to return to the shores of peace and love. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows over the blood-soaked waves, I felt the threads of fate twisting tighter around my heart. Each clash of steel, each cry of anguish, echoed the truth I had been trying to ignore. This battle would define us, shape our destinies in ways we could never foresee. I was lost in the chaos, my heart a drum of pounding regret, as the final moments of Actium approached. I glimpsed my brother's face in the heat of battle, his laughter now a ghost haunting the edges of my memory. The clash of titans had drawn us into its grasp, and as the stars began to twinkle above, I understood that no matter who emerged victorious, we were all destined to become the ghosts of our past. Time hung heavy in the air, the clock ticking down to our fates, as I realized that war was never just about the fight. It was about the hearts that would be forever changed, the lives that would be lost, and the love that would remain, echoing through eternity like the whispers of the sea. The air crackled with the weight of impending doom, a thick, choking fog that hung over the battlefield like a shroud. The sun, a cruel overseer, blazed down upon the dust and sweat-soaked warriors, their hearts drumming to the rhythm of war. Cleopatra stood tall, eyes fierce, her spirit like a lioness trapped in a cage of steel and blood. The scent of iron and fear twisted around her, a reminder that every step she took on this cursed ground could be her last. "I remember the day I made the deal with Mark Antony," she whispers, almost as if sharing a secret with the universe, the taste of desperation sweetened by ambition. The echoes of that moment, his smile, a dazzling facade that hid a heart so much like her own, haunt her still. Mark Antony, so bold and reckless, yet tethered by his own demons. He struts forward, his armor glinting like the promises he made. "Together, we'll crush them," he vows, but she sees the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a shadow lurking just beneath the surface. She knows this dance all too well. Their hearts a fragile tapestry woven with threads of desperation and desire, every thread thick with the blood of their enemies. Yet, the battlefield is not just a place of glory. It is a ruthless stage where loyalty can turn to betrayal in the blink of an eye. "I remember the whispers," Cleopatra continues, her voice a haunting melody, "the murmurs of my advisors, their faces twisted in fear. They had warned her, with their cautious hearts and trembling hands, of the consequences of allying with a man like Antony. The shadows of their doubts lingered like phantoms, reminding her that even alliances forged in passion can melt away like morning mist. The clash of swords rings out, a chilling symphony of metal against metal, punctuated by the anguished cries of fallen soldiers. Each cry is a reminder, a haunting echo that reverberates deep within her, a symphony of souls lost to the relentless tide of ambition. Cleopatra grips her sword, knuckles white, feeling the pulse of 1,000 lifetimes within her. "I am not just a queen," she thinks, "I am a force of nature, a tempest in a world of chaos." But chaos has its price. A single glance at Antony sends a shiver down her spine, a rush of memories flooding her. "I remember," she whispers again, the softness of his words, the warmth of his body beside mine in the heat of the night. Their love, so intoxicating, is also a poison, the kind that seeps slowly into the veins until it becomes a part of you, inescapable and consuming. The battle intensifies, a swirling vortex of blood and betrayal. Cleopatra feels the fierce pull of her past life, her heritage coursing through her veins, each heartbeat a reminder of the legacy she must uphold. "I am Cleopatra," she declares silently, descendant of gods, yet chained to mortals. The stakes are higher than mere victory, they are the very essence of her existence, her kingdom hanging by a thread. In the distance, she sees him, the enemy commander, a shadowy figure on horseback, eyes burning with ambition. That gaze, piercing and relentless, sends a jolt through her. "He thinks he can take everything from me, but I will not bend," she vows silently, her heart pounding in defiance. The air thickens with tension as she raises her sword, her voice rising above the chaos. "We fight not just for land, but for love, for legacy, for life." And then, in a moment that feels like both eternity and an instant, the ground beneath her shakes. The clash of her soldiers against the enemy sends shockwaves through the air. Cleopatra's heart races, a fierce war drum echoing in her chest, propelling her forward. She moves through the battlefield like a spectre, each step calculated and precise, weaving through the chaos with a predator's grace. Antony calls for her, his voice a lifeline, but it is also a chain. Tangled in their shared fate, she sees the yearning in his eyes, yet, there is something more. He's afraid, she realizes, a cold truth unraveling in her gut. The man who once promised her the world is now a mere shadow of his former self, haunted by the specters of his choices. "I remember," she whispers, "the nights we spent planning, dreaming of a future, our future. But dreams are fragile, like glass, and all it takes is a shattering moment to reveal the stark reality. The battlefield is no place for dreams. It is a place where blood flows freely, where dreams are drowned by the screams of the dying. The enemy charges, a wave of fury and desperation, and suddenly, the world narrows to a single point, the clash of metal, the cries of the wounded, the desperate need for survival. Cleopatra plunges forward, fueled by a primal instinct, the taste of adrenaline intoxicating. Each swing of her sword is a question, each enemy fallen is an answer. Will she save her kingdom? Will love conquer all? But the deeper truth gnaws at her. What if victory means the end of Antony? What if the price of this battle is his life? An unbearable weight settles in her chest, a sorrow so profound it threatens to drown her. I cannot lose him, she thinks, that sharp edge of fear piercing her resolve. As the chaos swirls, time bends. She glimpses him in the thick of the fight, a wild fire in his eyes, swinging his sword with reckless abandon. For a moment, the world falls away. It is just them, their breath mingled with dust and blood. What have we become, she wonders, and the answer echoes back, a cruel and bitter truth. Their hearts are entwined, yet so far apart, driven by the very forces that bind and break them. She feels the pull of fate, the cruel hand of destiny weaving their stories into something greater, yet more tragic. A slip, a glance, a moment of hesitation, could it all unravel before her eyes? The climax approaches, a storm gathering on the horizon, each heartbeat a countdown to confrontation. Cleopatra stands at the precipice, torn between love and duty, ambition and sacrifice. The battlefield is a storm of emotions, a cacophony of life and death, and she is at its center, a queen caught in the tempest of her own making. Just as the winds of fate howl, she steels herself, knowing that this battle is not just for survival, it's for everything she holds dear. I will not be a ghost in my own story, she vows to the universe, even as the shadows of her choices loom large. And so, the war rages on, an endless loop of desperation and hope, as time slips through her fingers like grains of sand. The sun hung low in the sky, a bruised orange, as if the heavens themselves were bleeding. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and desperation, a tangible reminder of what was at stake. I could hear it, a distant roar, a cacophony of chaos, thundering like a heartbeat. Alexandria was alive yet dying, pulsating with the final gasps of an era that had once brimmed with wisdom and beauty. Sophia stood at the edge of the library's crumbling steps, the ancient stones beneath her feet hot with the remnants of a civilization's brilliance. Her heart pulsed in time with the distant screams and clanging metal. She had never imagined such madness would tear through the city she adored. This was her home, a sanctuary of knowledge, now a battlefield. She clutched a scroll to her chest, a fragile lifeline in this tempest, her fingers trembling. I remember the first time I entered these halls, she whispered to the wind, its cold breath brushing against her cheek. Books, my first love. I wish I could drown in their words again. But now, those words were at risk of being lost forever, swallowed by flames and greed. Across the square, Marcus fought back tears as he watched the flames lick the sky, a grotesque dance of destruction. We were supposed to protect it, he choked out, his fists clenched at his sides. He had sworn to guard the knowledge of the ancients, to preserve the light in a world shrouded in shadows. But what good is a soldier with no shield, he spat, the bitter taste of defeat curdling in his mouth. His comrades had fallen, one by one, against an enemy that seemed to rise from the very ashes they were trying to defend. And then there was Idris, his dreams of grandeur shattered like glass beneath the weight of reality. He stood apart from the others, a ghost amongst the living. I remember when we laughed, he said, more to himself than anyone else, when we believed we could change the world. Those dreams now felt like the ashes swirling at his feet, caught in a tempest of despair. The flames weren't merely consuming the library, they were consuming him, his purpose, his very soul. Time twisted around them, warping reality. Seconds stretched into eternity as the shadows lengthened, creeping like the tendrils of a nightmare. The city was a tapestry of beautiful chaos, every thread unraveling. Sophia's eyes flickered to the horizon where smoke rose like the fingers of a cursed hand reaching for the stars. We can't lose it all, she cried out, her voice breaking. We can't let them take this from us. Her resolve was a fire fueled by fear and love, but she knew it was not enough. Not against the tide of destruction surging toward them. The echoes of Marcus's training rang in his ears, strategies and tactics, the teachings of old. Yet here, faced with annihilation, he felt like a child, a mere puppet with strings cut. What do I do? He murmured, despair creeping into his voice. Anger boiled beneath his skin, raw and unchecked. He wanted to fight, to rage against the dying light, but the dread of failure gripped his heart. Idris, lost in his reverie, felt the gears of fate shift. "We can save it," he said, and for a moment, hope flickered in his chest. "We need to go inside, to the heart of the library. There are secrets there, spells and knowledge that could—" His voice trailed off, swallowed by the consuming roar of chaos. Would it even matter? The weight of the world rested heavily on his shoulders, a burden he felt too small to bear. "I can't," Marcus said, shaking his head, his face streaked with grime and sorrow. "I can't watch everything I love burn." Sophia stepped closer, her eyes fierce. "Then we fight," she said, her heart thundering with the urgency of their plight. "Not for us, but for the future. For those who come after us." And just like that, an ember sparked in Marcus's chest. He was not merely a soldier, he was a guardian. The thought steadied his shaking hands. Together, he murmured, a promise forged in the fires of desperation. Idris nodded, though doubt lingered in his eyes. "Together," he echoed, though a shiver ran down his spine. As they dashed toward the library, the flames danced wickedly, illuminating shadows that whispered of their impending doom. Every step felt like walking a tightrope between freedom and despair, each heartbeat a countdown to an uncertain future. The world around them felt distorted, a fevered dream swirling with threat and promise. The library's great doors loomed ahead, blackened and cracked, an iron gate to the knowledge they sought to protect. With a collective breath, they pushed through, the heat washing over them like a wave. Inside, darkness clung to the air, thick and suffocating, but the glimmer of scrolls and tomes beckoned with a siren's call. "Time is running out," Sophia urged, her voice barely a whisper against the roar of the flames outside. "We must find the codex." "Do you think it will save us?" Idris asked, the weight of his uncertainty heavy in the air. "I believe it can," she replied, the fierce determination in her eyes igniting a flicker of hope in his heart. Just then, a crash echoed through the halls, a sound that reverberated through their very souls. The tremors of destruction were closing in, time slipping away like sand through their fingers. I remember the moment clarity struck, piercing through the haze of fear. This wasn't merely a battle for a city or a library, it was a fight for existence, for the very essence of humanity. They were not just shadows in a crumbling world, they were the light that flickered, however faint, against the encroaching darkness. Together, they moved forward into the storm, into the unknown, each heartbeat synchronized in a desperate dance with fate. As chaos enveloped them, the haunting question hung in the air: would they rise like the phoenix, or would they be reduced to ashes, mere whispers of what once was? And as the flames raged on the outside, the true battle was only beginning, between hope and despair, between life and oblivion, in the heart of Alexandria, where the echoes of the past clashed against the horrors of the present, and the future teetered on the edge of a knife. I remember the chill of that early March morning, when the air tasted of betrayal and blood. The sun hung low, a dim orb struggling to pierce the fog that draped the city like a shroud. Rome, my beloved Rome, had turned into a theater of whispers, a stage for the tragic play of ambition and treachery. The Senate loomed ahead, its marbled columns a fortress of old power, shadows dancing like ghosts between the cracks of history and fate. And then there was Caesar, dictator, lover, a god among men. I had stood on the edge of his world, my heart stitched to his pulse, caught in a web of passion and politics that threatened to suffocate me. The last time I saw him, he wore his crown like a yoke, heavy and suffocating. "You are my queen," he had whispered, his voice a low rumble beneath the weight of impending doom. But in that moment, I was not just Cleopatra, I was a woman bound by love, fear, and the relentless grip of destiny. As the Senate doors creaked open, I felt the ground shift beneath me. I was in the shadows, unseen but deeply entwined in the unfolding chaos. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like a caged bird desperate for freedom. The air thrummed with tension, a prelude to the symphony of violence that was to erupt. And then it happened, a cry, sharp and piercing, cutting through the heavy silence. "Et tu, brute!" The words echoed, not just in the hall but within the very marrow of my being, reverberating through the strands of our shared history. I felt a cold grip of horror clench around my heart as the sound of steel struck flesh, the sickening squelch of betrayal staining the air. I had loved him, and yet here he lay, crumpled to the floor like a discarded puppet, strings severed by the hands of those he trusted most. Each thrust of the dagger felt like a stab to my soul, each drop of his blood a scar on my heart. I was paralyzed, my breath caught in my throat, the world spinning as I grasped the weight of my loss. But it wasn't just him I mourned, it was the future we had forged, a fragile dream now shattered into 1,000 shards. I thought of our nights under the stars, the promises whispered in the dark, of power, of love, of an empire that could have been. And now, those dreams lay strewn across the Senate floor like fallen leaves, vibrant yet lifeless. The death of Julius Caesar was a void, an abyss that threatened to swallow me whole. Brutus, that boyish face twisted with resolve, stood among the conspirators, blooded hands declaring freedom while snuffing out a glimmer of hope. I remembered him as a friend, a trusted ally, before he became the architect of this horror. How could the son of my beloved friend turn against the very man who had offered him the world? The betrayal was a knife in my back, twisting slowly as I tried to reconcile the man I loved with the monster he had become. I could still hear the echoes of laughter we once shared, the dream of an empire where we ruled together. Now, that laughter felt like a haunting melody, a ghostly reminder of what could never be. For in that moment, I realized that love is as much a weapon as it is a balm. The betrayal twisted my heart into a knot, and fear began to seep in. What would happen now? The power we had sought was slipping through my fingers like sand. I could not afford to be weak. Here, in the heart of chaos, I felt the flicker of rebellion ignite within me. I had to survive, not just for myself, but for my children, for the legacy of Egypt that I had fought to protect. The shadows of the Senate would not claim me. I had faced storms before. I was Cleopatra, a queen forged in the crucible of ambition and desire. But as I stood there, the weight of despair threatening to crush me, I felt something else, an ember of fury igniting deep within my chest. I had loved a man who was both a lion and a lamb, and in his death, I would become the phoenix. With every heartbeat, my resolve solidified. I could not be a pawn in this treacherous game. I would become a player, a force to be reckoned with. Time became a cruel mistress, her hand slipping through the cracks of my mind, each tick of the clock an echo of what had been lost. I envisioned the days ahead, the chaos that would ensue, the political storm I would have to navigate. The specter of Caesar loomed large over my thoughts, a haunting reminder of love and loss entwined. In the distance, I could hear the rising murmurs of the crowd, a wave of unrest swelling as word of the assassination spread like wildfire. I could almost feel the ground tremble beneath their feet, their anger a living thing, searching for a voice, for a purpose. I was a queen, but I was also a mother, a lover, a woman caught in the turmoil of a world teetering on the edge. The shadows whispered secrets, and I listened closely. Allies would emerge from the depths of despair, and enemies would rise like specters in the night. I would need cunning, clarity, and above all, courage. I would need to harness the anger of the people, turn their grief into a weapon sharp enough to carve my destiny anew. As I stood alone in that echoing chamber, I was no longer just Cleopatra, no longer just a lover mourning the death of her king. I was a woman transformed, a force of nature poised to reshape the tides of history. The world around me pulsed with the electric promise of change, the kind that could either lift me to the heavens or plunge me into the abyss. And as the final gasps of Caesar faded into the annals of time, I vowed that his death would not be the end of our story. It was merely the beginning of a new chapter, a chapter written in defiance, blood, and the unyielding spirit of a woman who refused to be silenced. The night was dark, but the stars were alive with possibility. The cosmos itself seemed to whisper my name, urging me forward into the unknown, where shadows danced and fate awaited. The air was thick with the scent of desperation, like smoke curling from a dying fire. It hung there, hanging in the silence of the dimly lit chamber, where shadows danced against the cold stone walls. I stood there, heart racing, pulse echoing in my ears. Abandoned, yet alive with an ache that felt all too familiar, the consequences of bloodlines dripped from the ceiling, pooling on the floor like ink on parchment. What would history write about us, about our twisted legacies? Would it celebrate us or curse us? Standing in the heart of the great palace of Alexandria, the very pulse of a dying empire, I couldn't help but feel the weight of my namesake pressing down on my shoulders. I remember my mother, Cleopatra, her laughter ringing like a silver bell, the kind that could shatter glass. But that laughter, now echoing in my mind, was drowned out by the cacophony of war drums, muffled shouts, and the rumbling of chariots that reverberated through the stone corridors. Each beat of my heart felt like a drum, a countdown to some inevitable verdict. I wanted to scream, but all I could manage was a whisper, a plea for something, anything, to save us from the legacy that bound us like chains. Then there was my brother, Ptolemy Philadelphus, a ghostly figure in the shadows. He flickered in and out of focus, his eyes glassy with the weight of ambition, a mirror reflecting our mother's brilliance and her ruin. I could see him wrestling with demons, those fierce, clawing shadows of doubt and jealousy. "Do you think we will ever be free?" he asked, his voice hoarse, laced with despair. Freedom was a dream as elusive as the stars above, twinkling with cold indifference. Or are we destined to be merely footnotes in someone else's story? I wanted to reach out, to reassure him, but I was bound by my own fears. I knew what it meant to have the blood of Cleopatra coursing through my veins, the burden of greatness tethered to my heart like an anchor. We were both trapped in a gilded cage, beautiful yet suffocating, where every breath tasted like betrayal. I caught a fleeting glimpse of our reflection in the cracked mirror, the pale faces of children born into a legacy they neither asked for nor understood. Would we ever escape the tale of a queen who had reigned with a fierce heart but left a lineage steeped in tragedy? In that moment, the air shifted, the atmosphere crackled with a tension that made my skin prickle, igniting the flame of anxiety deep in my chest. I could hear the whispers of our ancestors, the agonizing echoes of their choices reverberating through the ages. "You must prove your worth, my children," they seemed to say, their voices a chilling reminder of our lineage's bloody history. We were not merely descendants of a queen, we were remnants of a lost empire, struggling to carve out our own identities amidst the ruins of her legacy. Then, the door swung open with a creak that sliced through the silence, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness. It was her, the spectre of our mother, appearing in fragments of twilight. Her presence enveloped us like the cool night air, the magnetism of her spirit pulling us closer. "You," she said, her voice a haunting melody, "you are the children of destiny. Your choices will echo through eternity." Her eyes sparkled with the kind of determination that could ignite 1,000 suns, yet there was a flicker of sorrow dancing behind them. I remember how the chandeliers trembled with the weight of her words, as if the very fabric of the universe was holding its breath. The room was a theater of emotions, every heartbeat a drum roll, every whispered confession a note in an unfinished symphony. But what if we fail? I dared to ask, feeling the tremor of my own insecurity seep into my bones. What if we, too, are swallowed by the shadows of our lineage? Cleopatra's gaze bore into me, full of intensity, raw and unyielding. "Failure is part of the journey," she whispered, her voice softer now, like the caress of the wind against my cheek. "It is in our failures that we find our strength." I wanted to argue, to keep the walls of doubt built high, but her words wrapped around me like ivy, refusing to let go. I felt the heat of her spirit, a flickering flame urging me to rise, to challenge fate itself. But even as I stood there, brimming with hope, I could feel the impending storm brewing beyond the palace walls. War was not a distant spectre, it was a tangible force, gnawing at the edges of our sanctuary. Outside, the city lay in chaos, each clash of swords a reminder that nothing was ever truly safe. I could hear the cries of the people, their fervent prayers lost in the tempest. I was not just Cleopatra's child, I was a vessel of their hopes, their fears. In that moment, the burden became unbearable. Fear clawed at my throat as I turned to my brother, his face a mask of uncertainty. What if we cannot fulfill her legacy? What if we are just ghosts haunting this palace, destined to disappear into the annals of history? The question hung in the air, a bitter truth we both feared to confront. He took a step back, as if my words had struck him, and for a heartbeat, I saw the boy I once knew, a child clinging to dreams and magic. "Then we must carve our own path," he declared, his voice suddenly strong, resonating with a clarity that stilled the chaos. And I felt a rush of pride, warmth flooding through the cold tendrils of doubt that had wrapped around my heart. We are not merely her children, we are our own destiny. But even as we forged this fragile alliance, I sensed the shadows creeping closer, a reminder that legacy was a double-edged sword, cutting deep and leaving scars that never healed. We were children of a queen, yes, but we were also prisoners of our inherited fate. As the night deepened, an unsettling silence enveloped us again, a void filled with unspoken fears and dreams yet to be realized. The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, each second marking the passage of time, reminding us that the world outside continued to spin. And as I stood there, hand in hand with my brother, I felt the pull of destiny tugging at our souls, like the tide drawing us toward an unknown shore. The legacy of Cleopatra was alive in us, a fire that flickered but refused to die. But the question loomed larger than life itself, a spectre haunting our every thought: would we stand as architects of our fate, or would we forever be silhouettes shrouded in the haunting echoes of our mother's legacy? Time unfurled like a tapestry before us, waiting for our choices to weave its next chapter. In the distance, the first rays of dawn began to break, casting long shadows that danced across the floor, whispering secrets of both hope and despair. And I knew, in that moment, that this was only the beginning. The air was thick with incense, swirling in rhythmic curls like the whispers of ancient gods long forgotten. The soft flicker of oil lamps cast dancing shadows across the alabaster walls, their cool surfaces recalling the warmth of a sun that had long vanished behind the horizon. In this sacred space, voices floated like the cries of wounded doves, a cacophony of prayers, lamentations, and the clink of offerings. I stood there, heart pounding against the cage of my chest, feeling the weight of a million eyes upon me. There she was, Cleopatra, a living tempest, draped in silks that whispered secrets of luxury and power. Her gaze pierced the veil of my soul, raw and unyielding, as if she could read the truth of my heart, a truth I had buried beneath layers of ambition and fear. I remember how each heartbeat felt like a drum, echoing the desperate hopes and flawed dreams of a nation. Her voice, honeyed yet sharp, called out to the artists and priests, her loyal subjects, each tethered to her vision like moths to a flickering flame. Create, she commanded, an edict that echoed through the sacred halls. Let the gods weep and laugh through your brush strokes. Let our temples sing with the voices of the divine. I felt it then, the pulse of creation, the birth of art from the womb of desperation. She stood at the helm of this intricate dance, a goddess among mortals. But even goddesses have shadows. In a corner, I saw him, Marcus, a poet with ink-stained fingers trembling like the leaves in a winter storm. He was wrapped in his own despair, each word a bleeding wound, each verse a cry for love lost to the tides of war. His heart ached for Cleopatra's touch, yet he knew that to love her was to court the very chaos of the cosmos. I watched him, drawn into the whirlpool of his ambition, fueled by longing but shackled by reality. He wrote her sonnets, each line a droplet of blood from his heart, ever aware that she was a queen, not a muse. "Do you see the art in suffering?" he once murmured, as shadows crept closer, swallowing his light. "Isn't it the struggle that births beauty?" I felt the resonance of his words, a truth that clung to me like the scent of myrrh. The weight of his longing was palpable, an ache that pulled at my own heartstrings and wove them into a tapestry of shared dreams and fears. And then, there was Aset, priestess of Isis, keeper of secrets, her eyes mirrors of the night sky. She stood resolute, an eternal flame flickering against the encroaching darkness. With every prayer she uttered, I felt the cosmos shift, the universe itself hung on her words, trembling as if it too feared the wrath of the gods. Yet behind her stoic facade, I sensed a tremor, a crack in her facade. She too wrestled with the torrent of emotions that raged inside her, a fierce devotion to her queen clashing with a yearning for freedom from the gilded cage of duty. "Cleopatra is our path to immortality," Aset whispered to me one evening, her voice heavy with conviction. "Through her, we transcend the mortal coil." Her eye sparkled with fervor, yet I could see the flicker of doubt lurking beneath. What price would be paid for this immortality? The thought clawed at my mind like a ravenous beast. I could feel the tension, thick enough to cut through the incense-laden air, an unholy trinity of longing, ambition, and fear, coalescing in this sacred chamber. I remember a night when the air hung heavy with the salt of tears. Marcus had penned his greatest ode, a tempest of passion and despair, a desperate plea to Cleopatra. The words poured from him like molten gold, yet they trembled with uncertainty, each syllable a dagger aimed at his own heart. He offered it to her, his hands shaking like leaves in a gale. "Do you love me?" he asked, each word a whisper of hope. I could see the flicker of 1,000 thoughts dance in her eyes, calculating, weighing, judging. The queen stood poised at the precipice of decision, yet her heart, encased in layers of duty and power, remained elusive. "Love is a dangerous game," she replied, her voice veiling emotions that raged beneath the surface like a storm at sea. "It is a luxury I cannot afford." The word struck him down, a sword through the flesh, and I felt the knife twist in my own gut. I could see the pieces of Marcus crumble, dreams disintegrating like dust in the wind. Time seemed to halt, the shadows stretching around us, swallowing every flicker of light. I stood, frozen, caught in an unrelenting grip of emotion, a witness to the collision of ambition and the haunting specter of unfulfilled hearts. Aesop watched, her breath held tight in her chest, lips pressed into a thin line of sympathetic understanding. The atmosphere crackled, the weight of unsaid words pressing down hard, suffocating. But Cleopatra, impervious and regal, turned away, her silhouette a sharp contrast against the flickering flames, leaving behind a trail of silence so thick it suffocated the air. It was in that pause, that breathtaking moment of stillness, that I understood, beneath the layers of grandeur and power, even she was a prisoner to her own fate. As the shadows stretched, a dread certainty wrapped around my heart like a serpent. The walls of the temple felt alive, pulsing with the weight of ancient gods, their whispers a reminder of the fragility of life and love. I could feel the cosmos shifting, the stars realigning as I stood in the wake of their heartache, a witness to the profound complexity of their emotions, a tapestry woven with threads of ambition, love, and the inevitable grasp of fate. In that sacred space, we were all caught in the web of Cleopatra's cultural patronage, a realm where art and religion collided in a symphony of chaos. The echo of their dreams lingered in the air long after the candles flickered out, a haunting lullaby that pulled us deeper into the night, into the shadows, the last flicker of hope, eternally yearning for the light. The sun was a molten coin sinking into the horizon, casting shadows that stretched like the greedy fingers of fate across the ancient city of Alexandria. Cleopatra stood at the cusp of her marble balcony, the cool stone pressing against her bare feet, a stark reminder of the weight she bore. Her heart raced, the wild stallion in a storm. Behind her, the whispers of her court buzzed like angry wasps, but she could hardly hear them over the thunder of her own thoughts. She felt their eyes, the expectation, the dread, the hunger for her to succeed or to fail. There was no in-between in the deadly game of thrones she played. "Mark Antony is coming," said a voice, trembling with both excitement and fear. A young advisor, his face pale, his hands shaking as if holding a fragile glass. "He wishes to discuss the arrangement." Arrangement. The word hung in the air like a noose. Cleopatra turned, her dark eyes piercing through the shadows. "Arrangement," she echoed, the bitterness coating her tongue. "Is that what they call it now? A dance of power? A game of souls?" The court held its breath. It wasn't just Antony who would arrive, it was a tempest, a whirlwind of desires, betrayals, and dreams converging upon her like a pack of hungry wolves. In that moment, her thoughts flickered to Caesar. Julius had been her ally, her lover, the man who had brought her back from the brink of destruction. And yet, he had left her, like a dream dissolving at dawn. The weight of his legacy sat heavy on her shoulders. She had tasted the sweetness of power, but it had turned bitter. She had to play the game again, and this time, the stakes were higher. Antony arrived, cloaked in bravado, but she could see through the mask. His eyes were dark with ambition, yet there was a flicker of vulnerability. "Cleopatra," he greeted, his voice rich like honey, yet tinged with an edge of desperation. "The tides of war are shifting. We must position ourselves, together." Together! The word ignited something within her, a flicker of hope entwined with fear. She stepped forward, the space between them charged with electric tension. Together? Or are we merely pawns in a larger game? Her words sliced through the air, sharp as a dagger, but they also held a whisper of longing. She had once imagined a world where passion and power could coexist, but reality was a cruel mistress. "I am no pawn," he growled, stepping closer, their breaths mingling in the stifling warmth. "I fight for us, for our future." And in that moment, something primal surged between them, a dance of fire and ice. But this was not merely about love, it was about survival. Cleopatra felt a shiver run through her as she remembered the ghosts of her past, the ones who had fallen for their ambitions, who had been crushed under the weight of betrayal. She could not let herself fall too deeply into this man's embrace, yet the gravity of his presence pulled her in. "Look around," she said, gesturing to the city she loved, the city teeming with life and dreams. "This is not just a game for thrones. It's the future of Egypt. Every alliance forged in passion may become a dagger in the dark. I cannot, no, I will not, be vulnerable to your whims." "Vulnerable," he echoed, the incredulity in his voice palpable. "You think I would ever betray you? We are bound by the blood of our ambitions." "Ambitions," she hissed, the word a bitter aftertaste on her lips. "Ambitions have a way of consuming everything in their path, Antony. Ask Caesar. Ask those who came before us." A silence enveloped them, thick, suffocating. The air crackled with unspoken fears, desires, and the pain of memories. Cleopatra felt tears of frustration burn at the corners of her eyes. She was a queen, a diplomat, a lover, yet always caught in the relentless tide of fate. The shadows of the past loomed over her, threatening to swallow her whole, and she could feel the ghosts whispering their warnings. "Cleopatra," he said, his voice now softer, a wounded beast. "I have fought for your love. I have sacrificed for your trust. Do not think me a fool who simply desires power. I desire you." Desire. The word hung like a promise in the air, yet it felt like a curse. She was a queen, yes, but she was also a woman, raw with need and fear. "You don't understand," she said, her voice breaking. "Every alliance I make comes with a price. A blood price." In the depths of her heart, she felt the pressure of choices, the weight of decisions yet to be made. She could almost hear the ticking of that ancient clock, counting down to an inevitable confrontation. "Then let us pay that price together," he said, stepping closer still, his presence enveloping her in a tempest of emotions. "We can change the fate of our worlds." Change. The word reverberated in her mind like the tolling of a bell, echoing through the chambers of her heart. But could she trust him? Could she trust anyone? Cleopatra's mind raced through the tapestry of her life, each thread a relationship, each knot a betrayal, each color a shade of her burning ambition. What would it cost her to take this leap? In that tumultuous moment, she recognized him, flawed, passionate, fiercely loyal, and yet, still a man. She saw herself reflected in his eyes, a mirror of ambition and desperation. The truth clawed at her insides, a beast demanding to be acknowledged. But as she opened her mouth to speak, the door slammed behind them, and the whispers of her court returned like a horde of restless ghosts. The moment shattered, scattering her thoughts like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. Outside, the city pulsed with life, but inside, it felt as if time had stopped, holding its breath. Cleopatra stood at the edge of a precipice, her heart thundering, her spirit torn. The pact she had to forge with Antony was not merely a transaction, it was a gamble with destiny itself. Would she emerge as a queen, or would she become another ghost in the annals of history? And somewhere, in the depths of her soul, the haunting question lingered, could she bear the weight of love entwined with power? Would the price be too high, even for a heart as fierce as hers? As the night deepened, the spectre of choices loomed, ready to embrace her in its shadowy arms. She was Cleopatra, and the world was watching, every heartbeat a silent witness to the unraveling of her fate. The moon hung low over Rome, its silvery light draping the cobbled streets like a shroud. A figure, cloaked in shadows, moved with purpose along the Via Appia, her heart racing like a war drum. It was a night like no other, heavy with whispers and dread. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing within the hearts of men and women alike, and in this chaos, she found herself caught. Cleopatra, queen, goddess, lover, an image crafted in the fires of desire and jealousy, a haunting spectre who danced upon the strings of fate. I remember the first time I saw her name etched in the marble of a Senate wall. The letters burned into my mind, Cleopatra. Such power in a single word, and yet how fragile the truth behind it. She was a queen of seduction and intellect, wielding her charm like a dagger, treacherous yet mesmerizing. But here, in the heart of Rome, the very name whispered betrayal. The men spoke of her with venom, their faces contorted with rage or envy, eyes glistening with the shadows of propaganda that painted her as the witch of the Nile, the vixen who ensnared the mighty Julius Caesar and then drove Mark Antony to madness. And oh, how they relished the tale. I could see it in their eyes, the gleeful anticipation of a fall. The Senate was a cauldron of deceit, and she was the witch stirring it, an image conjured from dreams and nightmares, painted with the darkest hues of lust and power. Darius, my friend, stood across the street. I could see the conflict etched on his face, the internal battle raging as he clutched a scroll tightly, its edges curling under the pressure of his fingers. He was a senator, loyal but torn, standing on the precipice of betrayal himself. The whispers of his peers echoed in his mind, "Join us, rid Rome of this sorceress. She must be vanquished." And yet, there was a flicker in his heart, a recognition of the woman behind the propaganda, a longing that transcended the barriers of politics. "Darius," I urged, my voice barely a whisper, but the weight of it hung in the air like a thundercloud. "You cannot believe the lies. She is more than they say." "She is more than a monster," he shot back, his eyes darkening like the starless sky. "She has bewitched strong men, turned their hearts to mush. Do you not see? The stories, the images, they are shaping her, shaping us." His breath came in ragged gasps, and I could feel the desperation clawing at him. The Rome he loved was at war, and she was the enemy, painted in broad strokes of seduction and treachery. I wanted to shake him, to make him see the truth beneath the layers of deceit, but the shadows of Rome were thick, and the fear that hung over us swallowed reason whole. Think of the power she wields. The way her laughter echoes in the halls of power. She is both queen and pawn in this game. Don't you see? The fight for her image is a fight for our very souls. And as I spoke, I felt the tendrils of doubt creeping into my own heart, wrapping around my thoughts like vines. Was she the villain they painted her to be? Or was she merely a woman, clinging to her throne against the tides of a world that sought to drown her? In that moment, I understood I was no better than the senators who cast her in shadows. I was trapped in the web of propaganda myself, swinging between admiration and fear, lost in the dizzying spiral of what might be true. The air grew colder, the mist seeping into my bones. The night whispered secrets, spinning tales of love and betrayal, of a woman caught in a world that sought to define her. As we stood there, I glimpsed her, a flash of silk, a dark silhouette gliding through the marketplace, drawing the eye of every passerby. The murmurs swelled, a cacophony of voices painting her as both goddess and demon. "Look! There she is. The enchantress!" I felt a shiver course through me, a longing to know her, to understand the heart behind the facade. What dreams did she cradle in her hands? What ghosts haunted her steps? But in Rome, where each word was a weapon, each glance a declaration of war, she was forced to wear the mask of seduction, a mask that both protected and imprisoned her. And then, as if the universe conspired against us, Darius broke. The resolve crumbled in his eyes, and he turned from me, joining the throng of men gathered around the flickering torchlight. I must. For Rome. His voice trembled, but the weight of the decision settled upon him like a stone. He would cast his lot against her, surrendering to the tides of propaganda that promised glory and power. The ground beneath me felt like quicksand, swallowing my heart whole. "No!" I shouted, the word piercing the night like a battle cry. But the roar of the crowd drowned my plea. They were chanting now, fueled by the very narratives that twisted truth into lies. Death to the queen! Death to the seductress! And in that moment, I was paralyzed, caught between the love for a friend and the empathy for a woman many vilified. I could see her in my mind, standing regal against the storm, a tempest of emotion and defiance, yet the weight of Rome's scorn pressed upon her like a funeral shroud. Time warped around us, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last, the clash of emotion spiraling into chaos. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows threatening to consume us. The city, alive with feverish energy, pulsed as if it was breathing, and I was swept away in the tide of history, slipping, falling, spiraling into uncertainty. And as the cries of the crowd grew louder, a terrifying realization dawned upon me. Cleopatra was not merely a woman, she was a symbol, a battleground upon which the clash of desires, fears, and ambitions would unfold. In the darkness, as the torches flickered like fading stars, I knew this was just the beginning. The stage was set, and the players were moving into position, each one trapped in the web of propaganda that would shape their destinies. With my heart racing, I stepped into the fray, feeling the weight of every gaze upon me. This was not just about Cleopatra, it was about us, our choices, our truths, and the haunting specter of a queen caught in the crossfire of history's cruel design. And as the night deepened, I understood, we were all mere echoes of her story, reflections in the dark, a cycle that refused to end. The sun hung low, a blood-red orb sinking into the horizon, casting long shadows over the Roman landscape, as if the earth itself was mourning. Fire flickered in the twilight, illuminating the faces of those gathered, an anxious crowd on the edge of despair. Mark Antony stood at the center, his heart a cacophony of battle drums and broken promises. He was not a king, not anymore, just a man who had chased glory and love, only to find himself at the precipice of ruin. His eyes scanned the crowd, a kaleidoscope of fear and hope, their breath held like the final note of a haunting melody. There was Octavia, his estranged wife, a figure draped in sorrow. How many times had he watched her sacrifice herself for him, her dreams crumbling like dry leaves at his feet? She stood silent, harboring a storm behind those soft eyes, her heart torn between loyalty and betrayal. He felt the weight of her gaze, it pierced him, an arrow that had found its mark. Mark! The voice was a whip crack against the tension. It was Cleopatra, his queen, a tempest of beauty and ambition. They had waged wars for love, but now? Now, the threads of their fate twisted tighter, choking the life from their dreams. You must act. The legions are against you. Her words, sharp and desperate, cut through the air like daggers. He could see the tremor in her hands, the way she fought against the tide of despair that threatened to engulf them both. Act? What is left to act upon? My name is a curse upon these lips, he roared, a wildness erupting within him. He was a lion at the end of his strength, a tragic hero on the brink of collapse. The ground quaked beneath him, but it was not the earth that trembled, it was his very soul, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The night was thick, a velvet cloak that wrapped around them, heavy with the scent of impending doom. A chill swept through the crowd, whispers flitted like moths around a flame, dark thoughts igniting in the hearts of men. He could hear them, words of betrayal, of alliances shattered. They were shadows, ghosts of his past decisions, haunting him with every step he took toward the inevitable. Do you remember, Mark? Cleopatra's voice softened, the urgency simmering into a haunting nostalgia. Do you remember the nights under the stars, promises whispered to the cosmos? She stepped closer, her presence magnetic, yet filled with the weight of unspoken fears. We were invincible then. What happened to us? He wanted to scream, to tear the fabric of fate that twisted around them. We let ambition blind us. We built our dreams on the ashes of others, and now the flames are back to consume us. The truth spilled from him, raw and unfiltered. The world outside their skin had become a firestorm, and they were caught in its embrace, choking on the smoke of their own making. A silence befell them as Octavia took a step forward, the sorrow in her eyes morphing into something fierce. You think you are alone in this? You wear your scars like armor, but I have bled for you too. Her voice trembled, echoing the pain that had woven through their marriage. You wallow in your despair, but I am not an afterthought. I held the weight of your choices, and still, I stand here. With each word, the air thickened, an electric current of pent-up emotion surging between them. Antony wavered, torn between the two women who embodied the very essence of his chaos. You were supposed to be my anchor, Octavia. But I lost myself in the whirlwind of Cleopatra's allure. He felt the heat rise, a tempest threatening to consume him whole. An anchor? Or a chain? Octavia shot back, her voice unwavering, yet tinged with heartbreak. She was raw, vulnerable, yet fierce, a reflection of his own turmoil. As tension mounted, the shadows began to shift, forming specters of doubt and anger. Mark's heart raced, each beat a reminder of his failures. He thought of the legions, the loyal troops that had once rallied behind him. Now they stood ready to turn against him, loyalty eroded by whispers of discontent. "Do you not see?" Cleopatra's voice sliced through the air again, insistent, urgent. "You still have the power to change this. You can unite them under one banner, one cause. We can fight together." Her passion ignited something deep within him, a flicker of hope amidst the rubble of despair. "Together?" He scoffed, bitterness mingling with longing. "But your love demands more than I can give. Your ambition is a fire that will consume us both." In that moment, time stretched, an agonizing pause filled with the weight of unspoken truths. Mark felt it, the chasm widening between them, the inevitability of their destinies colliding like two great storms. Shadows danced around them, taunting him, whispering the truth he feared to confront. "I will not be your sacrifice," Octavia cried, her voice a battle cry that shook him to his core. "You must choose, Mark. Choose between us or lose us both." The air thickened, a silent scream echoing in his mind. He saw the faces of his soldiers, the love of a wife, the passion of a queen, all swirling around him in a dizzying vortex. The weight of choices crushed him, and every heartbeat became a countdown, a reminder that time was slipping through his fingers like sand. I remember," he whispered, his voice trembling as the realization settled like a stone in his heart. The ghosts of choices past haunted him still, each one a fragment of a shattered dream. The world around them faded into a blur, an eerie silence that screamed louder than any battle cry. In that moment, Mark Antony stood at the edge of his own ruin, the tragic hero caught in a storm of love and ambition, poised for a confrontation that would seal his fate. And as the shadows lingered, he could almost hear the clock ticking, counting down the moments of his life that were slipping away like whispers into the night, leaving only the echo of his choices in their wake. The air was thick, cloying like the honeyed wine that filled the banquet halls of Alexandria, yet tinged with the sharp scent of smoke. Fire flickered, casting ghostly shadows that danced on the walls, like the souls of the damned who had once walked this grand city. I could hear the distant roar of the sea, but it was drowned out by the heart-thumping drums of war. A siege was upon us, and the city, the glorious jewel of the Mediterranean, was crumbling, much like the spirit of its queen, Cleopatra. I remember the moment when I saw her, standing on the balcony overlooking the harbor, her silhouette a dark spectre against the dying light. Cleopatra, the great seductress, the last pharaoh, was a vision of vulnerability. Her face, once soft and inviting, now etched with lines of worry and despair, bore the scars of loss. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that she was not alone. But the weight of her loneliness hung heavy between us, a chasm too vast to cross. In those moments, I couldn't shake the memory of her laughter echoing through the halls, bright and intoxicating like the finest perfume. But that laughter had faded, replaced by the clanging of armor, the shouts of soldiers, and the ominous whispers of betrayal. The shadows of her trusted advisors loomed large, and I could see the tension etched in their faces, a mixture of fear and fierce loyalty. They were wolves dressed as men, driven by hunger for power, and I was but a ghost, watching this tragedy unravel. Then there was Mark Antony, his figure moving like a storm through the chaos. He was a titan, a man molded by war and passion, yet beneath the bravado lay an undercurrent of desperation. I could see it in the way he clenched his fists, his jaw set in a grim line. He was battling not just the forces outside the city, but the darkness within. He loved Cleopatra fiercely, but love can be a double-edged sword, cutting deeper with every swing. I remember the way he whispered her name, as if it were a prayer, a lifeline snatched from the jaws of despair. "Cleopatra," he breathed, his voice raw. "I won't let them take you from me." But the walls of Alexandria were closing in, and the days bled into nights like a painter's brush lost in chaos. I watched as the reality of their situation dawned on them, the fleeting glimmer of hope swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Supplies ran low, and every sunset seemed to steal a little more of the light from their eyes. I could sense the panic rising, like the tide that lapped at the shores, a merciless reminder of the world outside, a world that sought to devour them whole. In the quiet hours of the night, when the city held its breath, I found Cleopatra in her chamber, staring into a mirror that reflected not just her image, but the echoes of dreams long lost. She spoke softly, her voice a mere whisper tangled in the shadows. What is a queen without her kingdom? What is a ruler without her people? Tears glistened in her eyes, spilling over like raindrops from the darkened sky. I wanted to tell her that she was more than just a title, more than an emblem of power. She was a force of nature, a tempest that could bend the very fabric of the world to her will. But her heart was heavy with doubt, and I felt the ache of her despair gripping my own. She clutched a golden bracelet, a relic of better days, an emblem of love and triumph, but now it felt like a chain, binding her to a fate she could not escape. I remember, she said, biting her lip, when Rome was an ally, and Antony was my love, not a soldier with blood on his hands. Each word was a dagger, stabbing at the heart of the memories that haunted her. The tension mounted, the whispers of betrayal swirling around us like a storm. I could hear the muffled conversations, the secretive glances exchanged between her closest allies. They were plotting a coup, a betrayal, and I could feel the dread coiling in my stomach, tightening like a serpent ready to strike. Yet, amid the chaos, I saw a soft glow in Cleopatra's eyes, a flicker of defiance. I will not go quietly into the night, she declared, her voice gaining strength. I am the queen of 1,000 suns, and I will burn bright until the end. But would it be enough? Outside, the city was a battlefield, a cacophony of clashing swords and cries for victory. As the sounds of war reached a fever pitch, I felt my heart race, each beat echoing the chaos. I saw Antony, now a frantic whirlwind, rallying his men, determination etched in every line on his face. Fight for her! Fight for Alexandria, he roared, and his voice rang with the desperation of a man who knew he was losing everything he held dear. Yet, I also saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a glimmer of fear that perhaps this time, love would not conquer all. He was torn between his duty as a general and his heart's desire to save Cleopatra. In that moment, I wished I could scream, to reach into the depths of their souls and unlock the courage they both needed. The air crackled with tension, a palpable force that shimmered like heat rising from the stones beneath our feet. And then, just as the first arrows rained down from the sky like dark omens, a piercing cry shattered the night. The siege had begun. I stood frozen, the sound reverberating through my bones, each impact against the walls a reminder of the fragility of life, of love, and of hopes dashed against the rocks. Together, Cleopatra whispered to Antony, her voice trembling yet fiercely resolute. Together, we will face this. But as I felt the resonance of her words, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were teetering on the brink of oblivion, an abyss yawning wide, ready to swallow them whole. I remember the darkness swirling around them, the flames licking at the edges of the city like ravenous beasts. It became a dance of shadows, of fierce love and desperation, of hope and despair intertwined. I could almost see the threads of fate weaving tighter, drawing them into an intricate tapestry of survival, each thread stained with blood and tears. The city was alive. It was a heart that beat frantically, caught in a web of turmoil, and I was merely a spectre, watching as destiny unfurled before my eyes. And in that moment, as the world around them shifted and broke, I understood the weight of their choices. Fear was palpable, yet so was courage. The battle for Alexandria was not merely physical, it was a soul-stirring clash of love, loyalty, and the haunting spectre of betrayal. Would they rise from the ashes, or would the shadows consume them? I could only watch, breathless and aching, as the winds of fate howled through the streets, carrying with them the echoes of a love destined to be immortalized, or forgotten in the annals of time. The air hung thick with the weight of loss, a dense fog of despair clouding the twilight sky. I remember the moment, an ache in my chest, a gnawing wail that echoed through the marbled halls of Alexandria. The queen's eyes, once sparkling with the allure of power and seduction, now bore the shadows of approaching doom. Cleopatra, a tempest of beauty and cunning, stood at the precipice of her own catastrophe, surrounded by ghosts of past lovers, visions of lost empires. I remember the silence, the kind that screams louder than a tempest. It enveloped us, wrapping its icy fingers around my throat, squeezing until I gasped for breath. The whispers of the people outside seeped through the cracks of the stone walls, a chorus of dread. They had gathered, a writhing mass of fear and uncertainty. Would they turn to us for salvation or vengeance? The tension crackled like lightning in the air, electrifying every heartbeat, every faltering breath. She was a queen built from myths, yet here she stood, trembling at the edge of reality. I saw her, regal as the Nile, yet fragile, a porcelain statue threatened by the slightest touch. Each moment was a countdown, the clock ticking away the final seconds of her reign. I could feel her despair curling around me, a palpable fog that seeped into my bones. I had to be strong, her confidant, her friend. Yet how could I be strong when my own heart quaked with fear? And there was him, Mark Antony, a man caught in the snare of his own grandiose dreams. I remember the fire in his eyes, a wild blaze ignited by passion and pride, yet smothered now by a relentless tide of despair. He had fought for her, for their shared ambitions, yet the weight of his failures bore down on him like 1,000 boulders. I could see it, the way he paced the dimly lit room, a caged lion. Each stride carried the burden of love, desperation, and impending loss. His hands, once strong and confident, trembled as they brushed against the hilt of his sword, a futile reminder of the power that was slipping through his fingers. The shadows danced around us, flickering like memories half remembered. They whispered truths we dared not speak aloud. What would history say of Cleopatra? A seductress? A savior? Or merely a tragic figure enveloped in the ruthless grip of fate? The myths promised grandeur, but the reality, a cruel tapestry of betrayal and heartbreak, unraveled before us. I remember the way the wind howled outside, a mournful song that seemed to echo Cleopatra's own heart. She turned to me, her voice a mere whisper, yet it cut through the cacophony of despair. "What is left?" she asked, and I felt the weight of her sorrow, heavy and unyielding. "What shall they remember?" There was an edge to her words, a tremor that hinted at the abyss waiting just beyond the threshold. Suddenly, the room was filled with the bitter scent of jasmine, a striking reminder of better days. A memory floated through her gaze, and I could almost see the sun-kissed shores of her childhood, laughter echoing like a distant lullaby. "I remember," she murmured, her voice trailing off as if she were grasping at the threads of her past, trying to weave them into something whole. "I remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, the laughter of my children." A fragile smile flitted across her lips before it collapsed into a rictus of despair. The world outside was crumbling. Her enemies were at the gates, ravenous and hungry for blood. I could feel the storm brewing, a tempest of chaos that threatened to engulf us all. Time slipped through my fingers like sand, each grain a moment irretrievably lost. I wanted to scream, to shake her from this trance, but I too was ensnared in the web of our fate. Antony's eyes burned with a fierce intensity as he grasped her shoulders, his voice a low growl. "We fight. We will not bow to them." But even as he spoke, I saw the flicker of doubt in his gaze. The truth hung heavy, like a blade poised to fall. The battle was lost, and we were mere players on a stage set for tragedy. Clocks ticked away, each second a haunting reminder of the end. It was a melody of despair, a dirge that resonated in the very marrow of my bones. Their love, once a blazing inferno, flickered like a dying ember. I could sense it, the heartbreak of two souls intertwined yet ensnared by destiny, drawn toward an inevitable conclusion. I remember the way she looked at him, her eyes shimmering with unspoken words. Love and regret intertwined, a cruel embrace that tightened around them. "Mark," she began, but the words faltered, suspended in the air like a delicate thread, too fragile to break. The tension thickened, a taut wire ready to snap. And then came the choice, a decision that would echo through the annals of time. Cleopatra's heart, once a sanctuary of dreams, trembled beneath the weight of despair. Death loomed like a dark specter, offering a final release from the grip of pain. I saw her eyes flicker, a flash of defiance igniting against the encroaching darkness. "I will not be a prisoner to them," she whispered, a vow so fierce it sent shivers down my spine. Antony's breath caught in his throat, a gasp of disbelief. "No, not this," he pleaded, the desperation clawing at his voice. "We can find another way." But it was too late, the shadows had already begun to weave their spell. I stood frozen, a witness to their agony, caught between the realms of myth and reality. The weight of their suffering pressed against my chest, each heartbeat a reminder of their impending fate. I could feel the air grow colder, as if the very universe held its breath, waiting for the final act to unfold. And so, as the clock continued its merciless ticking, the stage was set for a climax that would reverberate through eternity. Cleopatra, the queen of myths, stood at the edge of oblivion. Antony, the warrior consumed by love and despair, felt the tether between them fray. The world outside faded, swallowed by the swirling tempest of their emotions, and in that moment, everything hung in the balance. The end was near, yet the echoes of their love, their loss, and their defiance lingered on the edge of existence, ready to plunge into the abyss, forever entwined in the shadows of history. And as I watched, my heart ached, knowing that what was to come would forever change the very fabric of time itself. The air was thick, almost suffocating, heavy with grief and the scent of burnt offerings, a pallid tribute to a queen gone too soon. The marketplace buzzed with whispers, a cacophony of sorrow and anger, where every face wore the mask of loss. I stood there, eyes wide, heart pounding, as the shadows of ancient columns loomed over me, looming like silent witnesses to this fractured world. The sun hung low, casting an orange haze that felt surreal, as if the heavens themselves mourned the passing of Cleopatra. I remember the moment vividly, the way the wind howled through the streets, a ghostly wail that seemed to echo the cries of the people. Men and women, once proud and defiant, now shuffled about like broken marionettes, strings cut by tragedy. I could see Theon, his brow lined with worry, hands trembling at his sides. A scholar, yes, but now reduced to a mere shadow of himself. The loss of Cleopatra squeezed his heart like a vice. She was not just a ruler but a muse, a brilliant flicker of life amid the encroaching darkness of Roman rule. He was standing near the temple, surrounded by the remnants of the shrine, faded frescoes that once sang of glory, now dulled by grief. His eyes, those haunted pools, searched for answers in the cracks of the stone. "What will happen now?" he murmured, as if the very walls could respond. I felt that question pierce into my chest, an arrow of panic. The Romans were coming, like vultures circling a dying star, ready to pick at the flesh of a civilization that had stood for millennia. And then there was Selene, Cleopatra's loyal handmaiden, a fierce spirit clad in the somber garb of mourning. She stood apart from the rest, her fists clenched, jaw set like granite. "They think they can erase us, wipe our history from the sands," she spat, and with every word, her voice resonated with defiance, a battle cry against despair. But beneath her bravado lay a torrent of fear, bubbling just beneath the surface. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of vulnerability. Would she be next? Would we all? I remember the tales of old, stories of gods and goddesses who walked among us, who fell and rose with the sun, and yet here we were, reduced to mere mortals, crushed under the heel of empire. The Romans had no place for our dreams, our legacy, and each day felt like a ticking clock, counting down to an inevitable doom. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, whispering of a future bleak and devoid of life. The market held an uneasy quiet now, as if the world held its breath, waiting for the next strike of fate. Children played in the dust, oblivious to the darkness creeping around them like a serpent ready to strike. I wanted to laugh, to shout, to dance in the streets, but the laughter caught in my throat, like a bitter pill. I remember a time when the air was filled with music, with laughter so bright it could chase away the shadows. But now the music was replaced by hushed tones and guarded glances. I caught sight of Theon again, eyes wild as he paced, muttering lines of forgotten poetry, his fingers tracing the air as if he were trying to reclaim the very essence of our lost queen. "Her dreams were our dreams," he said, voice rising in passion, "and now they will bury us beneath their Roman stones." His words were beautiful and terrible. Theon was a poet at heart, but poetry felt like a funeral dirge now, a lament for the life that could have been. And Selene, she was the fire that ignited the dry brush of despair. "We must fight back," she cried, her voice rising above the hum of the crowd. "Let them come. Let them hear our defiance." I wanted to join her, to rally to her side, but fear gripped my heart, a cold hand squeezing tight. These were not just soldiers, they were the embodiment of a relentless tide, one that would drown our very souls. I remember the way they marched, stern faces, glistening armor, the march of inevitability. The thud of their boots against the cobblestones echoed like distant thunder, and I felt a chill course through me. They were the harbingers of change, but change often bore a cruel face, one that smiled in the shadows and struck in the dark. We were nothing but echoes of a sweet past, fading into the ether, and I feared we would be lost forever. Our voices began to rise in defiance, a swell of rage and pain that filled the air like a storm about to break. Theon stood tall, arms raised toward the heavens, reciting the names of our ancestors, each syllable a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. We are more than just subjects. We are Egypt. We have a heartbeat. His words clung to the air, electric and raw, sparking something deep within the crowd. But the fear lingered like a specter, a shadow that refused to let go. I closed my eyes, picturing the vastness of the cosmos, the stars scattered like the souls of those who had fallen. Time felt distorted, stretched like a taut string, vibrating with the potential of what could be. The universe was endless, yet here we stood, trapped in a moment, a tragic pause that held the weight of our futures. And just as the tension reached a fever pitch, a roar erupted from the crowd. The Romans had arrived, their presence darkening the sun like a storm cloud. I opened my eyes, and the world shifted beneath me, a tangible fear that shook the very ground. Selene's resolve faltered for the briefest second, and Theon's voice cracked, the poetry dying on his lips. The future was here, and it was bright and terrible, a flash of lightning in an eternal night. The air crackled with unspent energy, and I could feel the heart of Egypt beating wildly, echoed in the frantic rhythm of our breaths. We were no longer just a people waiting for fate, we were a living testament to the fire of rebellion, each heartbeat a drum, each moment a call to arms. But as the shadows grew longer, I felt the cold touch of despair creeping in again. Would it be enough? Would our voices reach the heavens or fall silent beneath the weight of iron and steel? As they marched forward, I thought of Cleopatra, her dreams now intertwined with ours. The night was thick with uncertainty, but deep within, a flicker of hope remained. The fight had only just begun. The moon hung like a silver coin, flickering in and out of ominous clouds that whispered secrets of ages long gone. In a dimly lit chamber, shadows danced on the walls, twisting and contorting like the souls of those who had tread this ancient ground before. There she stood, Cleopatra, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders like a cloak of night, eyes burning with the fierce intensity of a lioness. But this was no ordinary night, it was the eve of her undoing, a confrontation brewing that could shatter her world, the world of Egypt, of Rome, of history itself. I remember, she whispered, her voice a soft tremor that could barely pierce the heavy air, the first time I gazed upon the Nile, its waters reflecting not just the stars, but the weight of the world. I was a child then, and dreams danced with the current. But dreams can twist, morph into something unrecognizable. The haunting thought clawed at her insides. What had she become? A queen feared, desired, and now, perhaps, betrayed. And yet, standing across the chamber, Mark Antony, a man of grand gestures, of passionate love and reckless ambition, his heart quaked under the weight of unspoken words. He was a warrior, a man who had conquered lands, but here, with her, he felt the tremors of vulnerability. The shadows seemed to stretch between them, thick with the tension of their entwined fates. I remember, he gritted out, his voice a gruff whisper, the day you unseated me from my very soul. It was a battlefield of emotions, a war I never intended to fight. His eyes bore that familiar glint of both adoration and despair, a reflection of the chaos they had created together. The air thickened with the scent of jasmine and impending doom, as if the very essence of Egypt mourned for what was to come. Cleopatra stepped forward, her heart thundering in her chest, knowing that every word they exchanged could either bind them or tear them apart. Do you see the shadows, Mark? They are not just memories, they are the ghosts of our choices. Her voice trembled, a mix of defiance and heartbreak. I am not merely a queen, nor just a woman who seduced a soldier. I am a legacy, a tempest, a flickering flame in a sea of darkness. But Mark, wounded yet unwavering, reached for her, their hands brushing, igniting a spark that sent shivers down their spines. But what of the future, Cleopatra? Can we hold the cosmos in our hands when the tide of time threatens to drown us? We are mere mortals, caught in a dance with fate. His words sliced through the air, heavy with the knowledge that their love was both a gift and a curse. I remember, she replied, her eyes shimmering like stars lost in a black sky. I remember the moment I knew I had to win you over, to ensnare you with my charm and wit. But every charm has a price, and every wit can cut deeper than a sword. The truth hung between them, palpable, intoxicating, as if the very walls could absorb their anguish and joy. Across the vast expanse of time, historians observed them, dissecting their lives under the scrutinizing gaze of meticulous pens. Some painted Cleopatra as the seductress, her beauty a weapon sharper than any blade, while others saw her as a tragic queen bound by political ambition, a puppet in a play directed by the whims of powerful men. We are but stories to them, she mused, her voice a haunting echo, fragments of myth and history, tangled in the relentless pursuit of truth. But truth, mark, is often a ghost that eludes even the wisest among us. The historian in the darkened alcove of the library, quill poised, felt the weight of her words. How does one capture the essence of a woman who was both feared and revered, a queen who dared to defy the boundaries of love and power? What of her laughter that mingled with the cries of the dying, her caresses that ignited revolutions? He poured ink onto parchment, each stroke a desperate attempt to encapsulate a blazing spirit, a woman caught in the web of her own making. Time is a thief, Mark whispered, his brow furrowed with the urgency of a man who understood that love and war were the same beast. You are a queen, yes, but you are also a woman, and he hesitated, the air thick with unspoken fears. I am a man standing on the precipice. The tension crackled like lightning as they drew closer, the universe collapsing into this singular moment. Will you stand with me? Cleopatra breathed, her heart drumming a wild rhythm against her ribcage. Or will you turn away, as history has so many before us? I cannot promise you eternity, only the chaos of now, the fierce intimacy of our fleeting time. I remember, he said, his voice a low growl, the taste of your lips, the fire in your touch. In this life, we grasp at shadows, yet I would chase the stars with you, even knowing they might burn us alive. The intensity of his gaze pinned her to the ground, the weight of their choices looming like an executioner's axe. Outside, the winds howled, carrying with it the sighs of 1,000 souls who had walked these lands, their stories interwoven with the legend of a woman who knew no boundaries. Cleopatra felt the chill wrap around her like a shroud, time was ticking, and the cosmos seemed to conspire against them. Love and ambition fought for dominance, and with each heart-stopping breath, they edged closer to their inevitable fate. Let history say what it will, she declared, defiance coursing through her veins. But know this, Mark, I am the tempest, and you are the anchor that will either save me or drag us both beneath the waves. The room spun with unyielding emotion, and every heartbeat echoed with the promise of a love that burned brighter than any star in the night sky. As the confrontation loomed, the very fabric of time began to unravel, and the shadows lengthened, pulling them deeper into the abyss of their destinies. The world outside faded, leaving only the two of them, a fierce storm brewing in their hearts, their souls woven together in a tapestry of passion and despair. As the clock struck midnight, the air crackled with unspoken promises, and the echoes of their choices beckoned, whispering the stories yet to be told. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, a fragile thread, shimmering against the backdrop of the night, just waiting for the world to bear witness. The air is thick with the scent of jasmine and desperation, clinging to the flesh of a woman draped in silks as dark as her ambitions. Cleopatra stands at the edge of her world, the Nile swirling beneath her like a tempest, a serpent poised to strike. The sun sinks slowly, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers grasping for life. A moment hangs, electric. A moment before war, before love, before history itself is torn asunder. She feels it, that throbbing pulse in her veins, the dread of what must come. Around her, the echoes of history murmur, Plutarch's haunting words, Shakespeare's intoxicating verses, whispering tales of her power and her folly. Mark Antony, her lover, her warrior, his heart is a battlefield of conflicting loyalties. He stands apart, every muscle taut with uncertainty, caught between the empire he seeks to defend and the woman who has stolen his very soul. She can see it in his eyes, the glint of a soldier's resolve battling against the soft glow of love. I remember, she whispers, more to herself than to him. I remember when we were invincible. The weight of what they once were presses against her, heavy and suffocating. Together, they had danced through the ruins of kingdoms, laughing at fate, daring the gods to intervene. But now, in the twilight's embrace, the laughter has turned to ghosts, memories fading like the dying light. The tension in the air is palpable, a living thing, coiling around them both. "You must choose," she implores, her voice trembling, a fragile thread ready to snap. "It is not just your life at stake. It is ours." Antony turns away, his jaw clenched, and she can see the storm brewing within him. He is a man torn, caught between love and loyalty, desire and duty. "Do you not see," he growls, the words torn from his throat like a lion's roar. "The Roman Senate will not tolerate your reign. They will come for you, for us. I can't lose you." His hands tremble, reaching for her, but faltering, hovering above her like shadows that linger too long. Cleopatra, the queen, the seductress, can barely breathe. She knows the stakes, knows the stories that will be told long after her heart has stopped beating. Yet, in this moment, she is not just a figure of history. She is a woman, vulnerable and fierce, her spirit aflame flickering against the gusts of fate. "Without you, I am nothing," she confesses, raw and unguarded, the walls she built around her heart crumbling like ash. "You are the sun in my sky, but what happens when the darkness falls?" Tears, hot and fierce, spill down her cheeks, a testament to the weight of her love and the inevitability of loss. In the distance, the echoes of swords clashing resonate, a reminder that all empires crumble, all hearts break. The shadows of soldiers loom closer, marching toward her, each step a heartbeat that reverberates through the very core of her being. She closes her eyes, visions of grandeur swirling in her mind, her throne, her city, her lovers. "I remember," she murmurs, "the nights we spent swirling under the stars, plotting our ascent." The memories, sweet yet bitter, weave through her like threads of gold and silver. Antony's voice breaks through. "But those nights are over," he asserts, desperation creeping into his tone. "What will we be without this? Without the power, the glory? I cannot bear to lose you, but I cannot lose myself either." Each word is a dagger, slicing through their shared dreams, a painful reminder of their impending doom. She wants to scream, to shake him, to make him see that they are woven together, two halves of a shattered whole. But instead, silence hangs between them, a chasm laden with regret and fear. Suddenly, a hush falls, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud. Cleopatra feels it deep in her bones, the weight of history, of the impending clash between love and fate, the looming shadows of ambition entwined with desperate hope. She knows she must act, must seize the moment before it slips away like sand through her fingers. "Then let us fight together," she declares, steel creeping into her voice. "Let us rise or fall as one." She steps forward, closing the distance, her gaze fierce, a tempest brewing within her. But as she reaches for him, the shadows deepen. The armies are coming, she can almost feel the heat of the torches illuminating the darkness, see the glint of swords reflecting her impending fate. "I cannot promise you a throne," she breathes, her heart racing, "but I can promise you my heart." In this moment, she is both queen and woman, vulnerability and strength cradled within her soul. But Antony's eyes are clouded, the decision weighing heavily on him. "I remember," he replies, almost a plea. "When you held the fate of nations in your hands, and I, a mere soldier, could not help but fall." The air between them crackles with possibility and despair, their love and ember glowing against the encroaching night. And then, as if the cosmos has conspired against them, a horn sounds in the distance, a haunting call to arms that reverberates through the very fabric of their beings. It is a harbinger, a reminder of what is lost and what is yet to come. Cleopatra shudders, the weight of destiny crashing down upon her, and she understands that her story, their story, is not just one of love, it is one of tragedy, of passion, of a love that defies the gods but cannot escape the hands of fate. As the shadows close in, she reaches out, grasping Antony's hand. Together, she whispers, the word a lifeline, a promise, a challenge. In that moment, she knows they are more than just figures in a tale, they are flesh, blood, and spirit, intertwined in a dance as old as time. And as the armies draw near, the echoes of Plutarch and Shakespeare converge, a whirlwind of passion and despair, a symphony of love and loss that will resonate through the ages. And beneath the weight of their fate, the heart of Cleopatra beats fiercely, echoing through the annals of history, a haunting refrain of love and loss that will never fade. The night was thick with silence, the kind that presses against your ears, drowning out the world yet amplifying the thrum of your heart. Shadows danced in the corners of the dimly lit chamber, and the air was heavy with the scent of jasmine and desperation. Cleopatra stood poised, her eyes fierce, yet behind that regal mask lay a tempest of doubt. She felt like a warrior, but also like a ghost, haunted by the legacies of those who had come before her. "What is a queen without her kingdom?" she whispered to the darkness, her voice thick with unspoken fears. Mark Antony loomed nearby, his presence a whirlwind of intensity, his eyes bright, yet they flickered with the weight of impending doom. He was a man caught, like a moth to a flame, eyes wide open yet blind to the danger surrounding them. "Cleopatra," he began, his voice low, almost tremulous, "the Romans will come. They're like wolves, hungry for blood." Every word felt like a knife, slicing through the fabric of their shared dreams. He longed to reach out, to console her, but the distance between them stretched further than the Nile itself. I remember the way their love had once soared, like a phoenix rising from the ashes of war, but now it teetered on the edge of a precipice. In the flickering candlelight, their reflections danced across the marble, a haunting reminder of what was at stake. They were both prisoners of their desires, shackled by ambition and love, yet held captive by the looming spectre of betrayal. Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of their choices, each breath was a reminder of their past, a past tangled with seduction, power, and loss. And then there was Octavia, the unyielding sister of Antony, her heart a fortress. She moved through the shadows, a silent spectre filled with resentment and heartbreak. Octavia loved her brother, but the love was a double-edged sword. "You don't see her for what she is," she said, her voice trembling with suppressed fury, "a siren luring you to your doom." The words hung heavy, a bitter echo in the air, the truth sharp as glass. She was a woman caught in the relentless storm of familial loyalty and her own desperate need for acceptance. In the midst of this tension, the clock ticked loudly, each second a reminder of their fragile grasp on fate. The audience was waiting, the world outside a cacophony of rumbling hooves and clinking swords. The Romans were coming, and the air was electric with the promise of chaos. Cleopatra's mind raced, flickering memories of her coronation, the opulent robes, the adoration of her people, the intoxicating power that surged through her veins. "What if I lose everything?" she thought, panic clawing at her chest. "Cleopatra, we must decide now." Antony's voice shattered her reverie, desperation underlying the bravado. It was a plea, a challenge, a moment suspended in time. The room pulsed with unspoken words, with the weight of choices long made and those yet to come. "I remember the night we met," she said, her voice a whisper now, "the way you held my gaze as if I was the very sun." A flicker of vulnerability crossed her face. "But what if I am nothing but a shadow of what I once was?" The air crackled with unspent energy, and the shadows around them seemed to lean in closer, eavesdropping on the final act of this tragic play. "You are more than a shadow," Antony insisted, stepping closer, his breath warm against her skin. Yet, as he reached for her hand, a flicker of doubt crossed his brow. "But I am a fool to think I can save you. I am a fool to think we can outrun our fates." Octavia stepped forward, the tension thickening around her. "Fate? Or folly?" she challenged, her voice cutting through the charged air like a serpent's bite. "You think love is enough? Love is a battlefield, and we are all just soldiers." Each word dripped with the bitter taste of betrayal. Her heart ached for her brother, yet she felt the sting of jealousy for Cleopatra, who held the power of seduction like a weapon. In that moment, the world outside faded, replaced by the raw, pulsating energy between the three of them. Cleopatra felt infinite, yet so small, like a star flickering against the vast void of the night sky. She held her head high, but the weight of expectation bore down on her shoulders like a boulder. "Is it love or power that binds us?" she questioned, her voice trembling with intensity. Would she choose the throne or the heart? Silence enveloped them, a suffocating embrace. And then, like the first crack of thunder before a storm, the decision loomed. Each character was a trembling string in this taut symphony of fate, each choice reverberating into eternity. Tears threatened to spill as Cleopatra took a breath, a prayer, a curse, a promise. She was the queen, but what kind of queen would she be? Would she shatter or rise? "Octavia, you can't save him," Cleopatra said, and the words hung in the air, heavy with truth and sorrow. "But I will fight for him." The resolve in her voice was a roaring flame, a stark contrast to the flickering candlelight around them. Antony's heart raced, but he felt the chill of uncertainty creeping in, gnawing at the edges of his bravado. With each moment, the world outside drew closer, the clash of swords and the roar of soldiers drowning out their inner turmoil. Shadows danced erratically, flickering in alignment with their heartbeat. They were entangled in a cosmic ballet of desire and dread, a relentless cycle of love and betrayal that transcended time itself. As the echoes of impending chaos pressed in, Cleopatra, Antony, and Octavia stood at the precipice, not just of war, but of their own identities. Their choices would define them, etching their names into the annals of history. Would they forge their legacies or become mere whispers in the winds of time? The clock ticked on, relentless, an eternal reminder that decisions, once made, could never be undone. The stage was set, the audience held its breath. In the stillness, destiny awaited. Chapter 35. Archaeological discoveries. The search for Cleopatra. The air is thick, suffocating with the scent of damp earth and ancient secrets, as I stumble through the shadows of the excavation site. The moon hangs like a ghostly pearl, casting a silvery sheen over the jagged edges of broken pottery and scattered bones. I can hear the distant murmur of the Nile, an echo of time long past, a reminder that history is more than mere facts, it's alive, breathing, thrumming beneath our feet. I feel it in my bones, the haunting pulse of Cleopatra, a heartbeat echoing through the ages, and I know, in this moment, that her spirit is not just a relic but a presence, seeking to be understood. Max stands beside me, his brow furrowed as he digs deeper into the frantic soil, fingers clawing at the earth as if he's trying to unleash memories trapped within. He is driven, obsessed, a man haunted by his own failures, by the shadows of his past that refuse to let him go. Each scrape of his trowel ignites a fire in him, a desperate grasp at redemption. "If I can find her," he mutters, his voice raw and strained, "maybe I can find myself." There's a desperation in his eyes, a wildness that teeters on the brink of madness, and I can't help but feel sorry for him. I remember when I was like him, chasing ghosts through the corridors of my own life. "Max," I whisper, my voice barely rising above the chilling winds, "what if she doesn't want to be found?" The words slip from my lips, a fragile prayer that hangs in the air, thick with possibility. The night seems to hold its breath, the stars blinking in astonished silence. Cleopatra, the enigmatically beautiful queen, was a woman of power and passion, a figure shrouded in myth. But what if the truth is darker than we can bear? What if finding her is simply unearthing our own nightmares? Then there's Lily, fierce and unyielding, standing a few feet away with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the horizon. To her, this isn't just an archaeological dig, it's a battleground. She's fueled by anger, a burning rage against a world that has dismissed her ideas as mere whims. She was a warrior, she says, her voice steady, not just a lover. She deserves to be remembered for more than her beauty. There's a fire in her spirit, an unwillingness to be silenced. But beneath that strength lies a fracture, a fear of being overlooked, unappreciated, like a forgotten relic in a dusty museum. I see it in the way she clutches her notepad, the way her fingers tremble as she scribbles notes, desperately trying to pin down the ephemeral essence of a woman who defied the odds. As we toil through the night, the shadows grow longer, and the weight of the past presses down on us like a shroud. The stories of the dead cling to the air, palpable and thick. I remember the first time I stumbled upon a piece of pottery, the shards sharp against my skin, and how I could feel the whispers of ancient lives swirling around me. This was her cup, I had said, imagining Cleopatra's delicate fingers wrapped around it. She drank from it, tasted the bittersweet moments of her reign. But now, as I watch Max tear through the walls of Earth, I wonder if we are doing more harm than good. "Stop!" I shout suddenly, the command exploding from my chest like a cannon. Max freezes, mid-motion, and the silence that follows is deafening. The air tingles with tension, and I can feel Lily's eyes on me, a mixture of confusion and challenge. We need to think, not just dig. What if this is a sanctuary? What if we're disturbing something sacred? Max's eyes darken, the fire within him flaring dangerously. Sacred or not, we have a purpose. I won't let any superstitions hold me back. His words are like daggers, piercing through the fragile fabric of our camaraderie. I see the chasm growing between us, a divide born from our differing desires to confront or escape the shadows of our past. Lily interjects, her voice softer, yet tinged with steel. But what if we're not ready for the truth? What if we uncover a darkness that consumes us? I can see her fighting with the desire to push forward, to prove her worth, and the fear of what lies beneath. It's a tightrope walk over a chasm of uncertainty, and I can feel the vibrations of our conflicting hopes, fears, and dreams. I turn back to the earth, my heartbeat pounding like a war drum in my ears. The soil is stubborn, resistant, yet I feel something, a pulse, a rhythm that calls to me. I reach out, fingers brushing against something smooth and round, heart racing as I pull it free. It's a coin, bearing the face of Cleopatra, her eyes glinting with a haunting sadness that sends a shiver down my spine. It feels warm in my palm, a piece of history that vibrates with untold stories. I remember the tales of her beauty, her seduction, her power, but now, I see the weight of those expectations, the burden of her legacy that still hangs heavy in the air. Look, I say, holding it up for them to see. But as I do, the night thickens, the air electric with something more than just our desires. The shadows around us seem to whisper, swirling and shifting like phantoms, and for a moment, I wonder if we've stirred something we cannot control. Max steps forward, eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. What have we done? The question hangs between us, a fragile thread holding our fates together. And then, as if summoned by our doubt, a gust of wind sweeps across the site, chilling us to the bone. It carries with it the scent of jasmine, a reminder of Cleopatra's allure, a ghostly perfume that mixes with the rich scent of earth and decay. The air thickens, weighs down by the echoes of history, and I can't shake the feeling that she's watching us, calculating, waiting. In that moment, we are not just seekers of the past, we are entwined in it, bound by our own ghosts, our own tragedies. The stakes are higher than we imagined, and as we stand on the precipice of revelation, I know this is only the beginning. The search for Cleopatra is not just a quest for knowledge, it's a confrontation with ourselves, a reckoning with the shadows that refuse to fade. And as the night deepens around us, we feel the pull of destiny, the cosmic clock ticking ever onward. The search is relentless, and the truth, whatever it may be, looms just out of reach, tantalizing, terrifying, and utterly consuming. As I look at Max and Lily, their faces illuminated by the pale moonlight, I wonder if we're ready for what lies ahead. The soil shifts beneath our feet, a reminder that we are all just fragments of a larger story, waiting to be told. And the search for Cleopatra has only just begun. The moon hung low, a ghostly figure in a sky heavy with dread, illuminating the desolate corners of Alexandria like a spectre of lost dreams. I could hear the whispers of the past rustling through the air, as familiar as the salt of the sea, sharp and bitter. It was a city of shadows, where the echoes of power clashed with the reality of betrayal. I stood at the edge of a crumbling balcony, my heart pounding like a war drum, feeling the weight of history pressing down on me. Is it wrong to want more? I had asked once, my voice echoing against the marble pillars, but all I received in return was silence, an unyielding abyss that swallowed my words, leaving them to float like forgotten memories. I could almost hear Cleopatra's laugh, a haunting melody layered with defiance and despair. Did she know that her legacy was haunting me, too? In that moment, I wasn't just a witness, I was a participant in a dance of power and femininity, a performance scripted by the ages, filled with heartache and ambition. Around me, the streets throbbed with life, but I felt like a ghost, drifting through the vibrant chaos. Two figures drew my attention, a woman with fiery eyes and a man cloaked in uncertainty, their destinies intertwined in a story as old as time itself. The woman, Lila, was a warrior of words, her voice sharp as a blade yet tempered by vulnerability. She stood on the precipice of rebellion, her dreams caught in the web of tradition and expectation, suffocated by a society that demanded silence from those who dared to speak. I remember the day I chose my path, she would often whisper to the night, the moment I decided to fight. It was a moment that echoed with courage, yet it whispered shadows of doubt. Could she truly break free from the chains that bound her? Then there was Marcus, a man with a heart that thrashed against the bars of his own making, a prisoner of loyalty and love, conflicted by the weight of his heritage. He held a scroll, its edges frayed, like the fabric of his resolve. I remember the taste of ambition, he murmured, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. But what if ambition costs too much? His eyes flickered with the fear of losing everything he had ever known, yet the fire of love burned hot, lighting a path through the darkness. I watched as their lives spiraled around each other, a cosmic dance full of tension and longing, two souls caught in the gravity of their choices. Lila's laughter rang out, fierce and intoxicating, yet it was laced with the sorrow of countless women before her, who had dared to dream beyond the confines of their fates. I am not a mere footnote in history, she shouted into the night, her voice shaking the very air. I will carve my own legacy. But Marcus, lost in his own turmoil, saw the specters of the past looming large, the weight of the empire pressing down. What will they think of you? He asked, his voice trembling, a reminder of the chains that were both an anchor and a noose. What of your duty? He felt the cold fingers of his ancestors gripping him, tugging him back into the shadows. The tension between them crackled like static, a storm brewing beneath the surface. I felt it in my bones, the fear of losing everything, the desperation to grasp what lay just beyond reach. The world doesn't care about your dreams, the shadows whispered, it only cares about power. Yet, Lila stood tall, her spirit unyielding. But it should, she replied, her voice steady as the tides. Power belongs to those brave enough to claim it. It was a mantra that hung in the air, leading us toward a reckoning. As I watched their confrontation, I was mesmerized, caught in a spell of conflicting emotions. This was more than a story, it was a mirror reflecting our own struggles. Beneath the surface, I felt the shadows of doubt and pain clawing at my heart. I remembered nights spent battling my own insecurities, moments when I too felt the suffocating weight of expectations. Lila's eyes blazed with determination as she stepped closer to Marcus, the distance between them evaporating like morning mist. You have a choice, she cried, her voice a battle cry that pierced through the silence of history. Together, we can change the world, or we can let it consume us. A heartbeat drummed in my ears, the tension enveloping me like a shroud. I was there, suspended in time, witnessing the crucible of their souls. Each word carried the weight of centuries, the echo of every woman who had fought for her voice, her power, her place in a world that sought to silence her. Will you stand with me? Lila's voice broke like a wave upon the shore, relentless and aching. It was a question that hung in the air, heavy with unspoken promises. Marcus hesitated, the ghosts of tradition dancing in his eyes. What if we fail? He asked, the vulnerability raw and exposed. What if we don't? She countered, a flicker of fire igniting in her gaze. In that charged moment, I felt the breath of history, the ancient winds that once whispered through kingly halls, now breathing life into their rebellion. There was no escaping the weight of their decisions, the battles they would face. But within that tension lay the spark of something extraordinary, hope, raw and untamed. Time hung like a pendulum, swinging between fear and courage, duty and desire. The air crackled, anticipation coiling tighter around us. In the depths of their clash, I saw the reflection of my own struggles, the fight against self-doubt and the relentless pursuit of freedom. Lila and Marcus stood on a precipice, caught in an exhilarating moment that felt like the universe holding its breath. The legacy of Cleopatra, a specter of power, loomed large in the shadows of their confrontation, a reminder that femininity and power could intertwine. And as the moon dipped lower, casting its silvery glow upon them, I felt the weight of their choices reverberate through me, echoing the timeless struggle for identity, for love, for power. The city pulsed around us, an orchestra of life and conflict, and I knew this was just the beginning. The confrontation was a mere whisper of what was to come, a promise that the legacy of women would not fade into the annals of history. The moment hung suspended, vibrating with potential, as I held my breath, captivated by a story still unfolding, a dance of shadows and light, where every heartbeat was a reminder of what it meant to be truly alive. The stillness in the air is thick, suffocating, like the heavy fabric of the royal gown Cleopatra drapes over her shoulders, woven from dreams and secrets. It clings to her as she stands at the edge of the balcony, gazing out at the ancient city of Alexandria, where the whispers of the past curl like smoke around her heart. She feels the pulse of the night, the shadows that skulk in the corners of her mind, taunting her with memories of lost love and impending doom. The moon hangs low, a silent witness to her unraveling, casting a silver glow that illuminates the tension etched into her brow. A storm is brewing, but it's not the tempest in the sky that fills her with dread, it's the storm in her chest, a chaotic orchestra of fear and desire. She remembers the scent of roses and the taste of betrayal, a paradox of sweetness and bitterness, as Mark Antony's name reverberates in her veins. He is a man who could lift her from the ashes or plunge her into darkness. How strange it is to love someone so fiercely, yet fear the very power they wield. In the distance, the sirens of war echo, a haunting lullaby that lures her deeper into the void. But tonight, the air crackles with something electric. Tensions mount, anticipation sharp enough to slice through the silence as she steps back inside, her heart drumming a frantic rhythm. The throne room, a cavern of marble and echoes, holds its breath. Antony waits, his presence a tempest, a storm of his own, filled with the heat of 1,000 suns. He is both a savior and a threat, and the chaos in his eyes mirrors her own. Cleopatra, he breathes, each syllable a promise and a curse, a war cry and a plea. They stand facing each other, two titans on the brink of ruin. What now? She asks, her voice steady, yet trembling with the weight of unsaid words. Memories swirl like dust motes in the sunlight, moments of laughter, fleeting touches that burned like fire, and whispers of conspiracies that slithered through their world like venomous snakes. The ghosts of their past loom large, and the shadows of their futures stretch out before them, dark and unyielding. He steps closer, the scent of smoke and spice clinging to him, intoxicating yet dangerous. We have to act, he counters, urgency crackling between them. His eyes, stormy and fierce, search hers, pleading for understanding, a lifeline thrown in turbulent waters. The Empire needs us united. But does the Empire listen? Her heart is a battlefield, torn between duty and desire, loyalty and love. But love is a fragile thing, isn't it? Like the last leaf clinging to a branch in the dying light of autumn, it can break so easily. What if the price of loyalty is my life, she murmurs, a flicker of doubt igniting her resolve. She sees it in his eyes, the flicker of fear that mirrors her own. They are not just lovers, they are players in a game where the stakes are drenched in blood and betrayal. The world around them thrums with the energy of their conflict, like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. In another time, another life, they might have danced together under the stars, their laughter ringing through the halls of time. But tonight, they are surrounded by shadows, the specters of their choices looming over them like a guillotine waiting to fall. We must decide, he insists, the fierceness in his voice sharpening, slicing through her uncertainty. Now, before the sands of time bury us both. The clock ticks, an ominous reminder that time is slipping away, each second a dagger aimed at their hearts. A chill runs down her spine, the weight of destiny pressing against her chest. The flickering torches cast grotesque shadows, and for a fleeting moment, she sees their futures splintering before her, paths diverging into darkness. What if we lose, she whispers, the fear threatening to consume her. The very thought is a spectre, a wraith that haunts her dreams. What if everything we've fought for crumbles beneath us? His hand reaches for hers, fingers brushing against her skin, igniting a spark that sends tremors through her body. Together, we can forge a new world, he implores, desperation lacing his words. But can they? Can two hearts entwined in chaos hope to mend a fractured empire? The ghosts of their past loom larger, their shadows whispering warnings that send a chill through her, wrapping around her heart like a shroud. In the dim light, she sees it all, the rise and fall, the passion and pain, the beauty of their love laced with the venom of ambition. Together, she echoes, the word a fragile promise, a prayer to the gods who watch them from the heavens, their inscrutable eyes cold and distant. But can love survive the relentless tide of history? She feels the weight of their legacies on her shoulders, a mantle she never asked to wear. As the storm outside rages, mirroring the tempest within her, she asks herself if this is how it ends. Drowned in power, consumed by ambition, or will the fire of their connection be enough to illuminate the path ahead? In that moment, the air crackles with the weight of choices unmade, the universe holding its breath as they stand on the precipice of fate. The silence thickens, an unbearable tension that binds them, a moment suspended in time, as the clock ticks mercilessly on, each second a reminder of their mortality. Darkness looms, yet there is a flicker of hope nestled within the chaos. Their hands clasp together, not just in alliance but in a desperate act of defiance against the shadows that threaten to consume them. Outside, the winds howl, and the city of Alexandria shudders beneath the weight of their legacy, both beautiful and tragic. The future waits, restless, unyielding, as Cleopatra and Antony stand at the crossroads of their destinies, two souls intertwined in a dance as old as time. Will they rise from the ashes, reborn in flames, or will they be swallowed whole by the shadows of history? Together, they face the abyss, hearts pounding, breath caught in throats. The intoxicating rush of passion, duty, and fear entangles them in a web of desperation. The world outside is a cacophony of chaos, but here, in this moment, time stands still. The clock ticks, and as it does, their fate hangs in the balance, a precarious thread that binds them to each other and to the very fabric of history itself. The moon hung low, a ghostly silver eye peering down on Alexandria like a jealous lover, its light spilling across the marble columns of a city caught in a fever dream. The air quivered with tension, thick as blood, as Cleopatra's heart raced, each beat a battle cry. She stood at the edge of the palace balcony, the weight of her crown pressing against her temples, and the eyes of the world, so many hungry, hollow eyes, fixed upon her. Tonight, everything would change. The world was a ticking clock, and she could hear its pulse. "Mark my words, Cleopatra," whispered the malevolent wind, carrying the scent of jasmine and betrayal. "You are a tempest in a teapot, and the storm is rising." She'd always been a tempest, a creature of fierce resolve, yet here she was, teetering on the brink, the pharaoh's blood in her veins thrumming with fear. Would she sink into the abyss or rise like the phoenix she so often envisioned? The city was alive with whispers and shadows, factions brewing like poison, each one eager to claim her throne, her heart, her very breath. In the shadows stood Mark Antony, a soldier of genius and folly, his handsome face framed by dark curls, a tempest in his own right. His eyes burned with passion and ambition, but beneath the bravado lay a churning ocean of uncertainty, a man torn between love for the queen and loyalty to Rome. "Cleopatra," he called, his voice low and thick like honey, "are we fools to think we can outmaneuver destiny?" "Fools or not, we are alive," she shot back, her voice fierce, yet laced with an undercurrent of desperation. "And I will not let the Nile run red with our blood." They were two celestial bodies on a collision course, each grappling with the weight of their complex histories, the ghosts of lovers lost and wars waged looming like shadows in the corners of their hearts. Cleopatra thought of Egypt, her beloved kingdom, a jewel shimmering in the desert sun, a legacy both fragile and formidable. She thought of the people, their hopes woven into her very fabric. But the stakes were high, and betrayal was a knife that could cut both ways. The night thickened, suffocating yet electric, as she faced the restless crowd below, a sea of faces filled with hunger for her story, for her downfall. They loved her, they loathed her, and she could feel their energy crackling like lightning in the air. This, she realized, was no mere political game. It was a savage dance between power and vulnerability, love and ambition, a deadly tango that would end in either a breathtaking triumph or a shattering defeat. In that moment, she remembered her childhood, the echoes of laughter and light before darkness crept in. "I remember when the sun felt eternal," she murmured, "when dreams were woven with golden threads." But now, shadows crept in like a thief. The specter of her brother, Ptolemy, loomed over her, a haunting reminder of the brutal family feuds that marred her lineage. Blood was thicker than water, but it was also colder, sharper, and often lethal. "Will you take my hand in this dance, Antony? Or will you be swept away by the ocean of time?" Antony stepped closer, the weight of Rome pressing down upon him like an iron cloak. "I am torn, Cleopatra. Rome demands loyalty, but my heart is yours. Can we rewrite destiny together?" "Rewrite destiny," she laughed, the sound tinged with madness, the frantic laughter of a woman on the edge. "Oh, Antony, we can only hope to survive it." Her fists clenched, knuckles pale against the darkness. Could love withstand the crushing weight of empires? The night deepened, a velvet tapestry embroidered with stars that seemed to mock their plight. They were lovers tangled in the web of history, the past swirling around them like a tempest. A clash was inevitable, the storm brewing in the distance, a symphony of swords and screams echoing through the chambers of time. She could almost hear the cries of her ancestors, urging her onward. "Fight, Cleopatra! Fight like the lioness you are!" But as dawn approached, a hushed silence fell over Alexandria, a silence that felt like the calm before the storm. The clock ticked, the shadows lengthened, and she knew that soon the world would bear witness to the reckoning. The pharaoh in her roared, yet the woman in her trembled. As the first light of day broke over the horizon, a golden hue embracing the city, Antony took her hand, their fingers entwined, a fragile lifeline. "Together we face the tides," he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. And then she heard it, a distant rumble, like the roar of thunder, an omen that sent chills down her spine. The forces of Rome were approaching, the winds of change howling in her ears. Her heart raced, fear and exhilaration surging through her veins. "Antony," she breathed, her voice shaking, "the ghosts of our past are here, waiting for our choice." "Then let us give them something to remember," he declared, a fierce fire igniting in his eyes. In that moment, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness, Cleopatra felt the weight of history bearing down upon her. A queen facing the tempest, a lover caught in the riptide of fate, she was ready to carve her name into the annals of time. The stage was set, the players in position, and the world held its breath. In the heart of crisis, with the echo of empires colliding, she would rise or fall, but she would do so with a heart ablaze, a queen unyielding even in the face of her own demise. And as the echoes of their choices reverberated through the annals of history, the world would remember her name, Cleopatra, a name that would haunt dreams, inspire legends, and forever entwine the destinies of Egypt and Rome. The clock was ticking, the threads of fate weaving tighter, and whatever came next would be nothing short of extraordinary. The shadows of the ancient library flicker as the last flickering candle shudders against the chill of the night. I can see her there, the ghost of Cleopatra, her dark eyes glinting with the weight of the ages, the tales told and retold, each one a dagger aimed straight for her heart. Even in death, they twist her image, turning a goddess into a mere seductress, a fierce ruler into a puppet of men. The air is electric, alive with the tension of unspoken truths. I remember standing there, my pulse racing, knowing that history had whispered lies, and the world had swallowed them whole. But I was not alone. Marcus, the historian with ink-stained fingers and a heart as heavy as the tomes he pored over, stood beside me, his brow furrowed, caught in a storm of his own making. "It's all wrong," he whispered, a plea mingled with despair. He gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white, as if holding on to the very fabric of truth. She was more than a beauty. She was a leader, a strategist. They see just her allure, but what of her mind? His voice trembled, the shaking of a man ready to fight the tide of ignorance with nothing but words. And then there was Selene, fierce and passionate, her spirit burning brighter than the sun setting behind the pyramids. She'd learned the stories, the myths, and they made her tremble with fury. "They forget the wars, the politics," she spat, her eyes alight with fire. "They reduce her to a petty mistress instead of the queen she was. It's as if they're afraid of her power." I watched the anguish contort her features as she spoke, each word a hammer against the anvil of historical inaccuracy. She was the warrior, ready to storm the heavens for the legacy of a woman wronged by time. I remember the tension thickening, each heartbeat echoing the intensity of our fervor. The library seemed to close in around us, the weight of history pressing down like 1,000 unwritten pages yearning for liberation. Every flicker of the candlelight painted shadows on the walls, shadows that danced like the whispers of dead historians, cautioning us to mind our words. The clock ticked, counting down to an inevitable confrontation, not just with the myths, but with the very essence of who we were in relation to Cleopatra. "I can't stand it," Marcus said, his voice low, a crack in his facade. "We're losing her all over again, and it's suffocating." I could feel the heat of his frustration, a wildfire threatening to consume him. He had spent years of his life trying to resurrect Cleopatra from the ashes of misunderstanding. Selene snapped back, voice sharp as a dagger. "That's the tragedy, Marcus. They've turned her into a caricature. A pretty face with a tragic end, forgotten in the annals of history while her true strength lies buried beneath layers of deceit." The intensity of her passion washed over me, igniting my own rage. I could almost hear Cleopatra's laughter ringing in my ears, a defiance against the tide of false narratives. And in that moment, standing amongst the shadows of forgotten pages, I felt the world shift. I remembered the tales I had heard, the whispers of the past, the echoes of a woman who had dared to challenge the gods. Cleopatra was more than mere beauty, she was a bridge between empires, a mind that could outwit the finest of Roman minds, both seductive and shrewd. Each misinterpretation cut deeper than the last, each misconception a wound that festered with time. "Tell me," I urged, my voice raw with urgency, "what if we could rewrite this? What if we could shout her truths from the rooftops of Alexandria?" The idea pulsed between us like a heartbeat, a surge of energy that offered hope amidst despair. It was intoxicating, wild, a chance to reclaim a narrative long stolen by those who feared a woman with power. As the candle flickered once more and the shadows danced menacingly, I could see the cogs turning in Marcus's mind, the gears of passion and purpose grinding together. Selene leaned closer, her fury transforming into resolve. "We need to dig deeper," she said, her voice barely above a whisper but ringing with clarity. "We need proof, the bones of the stories that haunt us." Outside, the city of Alexandria thrummed with life, the distant sounds of laughter and music mingling with the tension of our discussions. In that moment, the dichotomy struck me: how could the world celebrate while we mourned the truth? How could they cheer for a queen they had never truly known? We were left alone with our thoughts, the dim light casting long shadows, each flicker of the flame echoing the beating of our hearts. The myths swirled around us, as fluid as the Nile, shifting and changing, but we were not content to let them wash away Cleopatra's legacy. We would honor her, not as a victim of Roman conquest but as a strategist, a ruler who held her own against the greatest empire the world had known. Every heartbeat grew heavy with the weight of our mission. We would shatter the chains of misconception, one word at a time. I could feel the power inside us, a unified force ready to confront the ghosts of history and reclaim a narrative that had long been buried in the sands of time. It was terrifying and beautiful, the promise of what was to come. And then silence engulfed us, a moment heavy with anticipation. The flicker of the candle fought against the encroaching darkness, just as we fought against the weight of centuries. I could almost hear Cleopatra's voice, a whisper carried on the night breeze, urging us to remember her truth, her story, to resist the myths that sought to suffocate her spirit. With a shared glance, we knew this was only the beginning of a confrontation with history, with ourselves, with the ghosts whispering through the ages. The tension crackled in the air, and as the shadows stretched and twisted, we felt the pulse of something greater than ourselves. We had our mission, our resolve, to rise against the tide of misconceptions and reclaim Cleopatra as she was meant to be remembered, a queen, a warrior, a timeless force of nature. And as the dawn began to lighten the horizon, we stepped into the light, hearts pounding, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The room is heavy with the scent of burning incense, thick and sweet, wrapping around the senses like a lover's embrace. Shadows flicker on the walls, a dance of light and darkness that tells a story of betrayal and desire. Cleopatra stands at the center, her silhouette sharp against the candlelight, a goddess poised on the edge of a mortal world. The tension crackles like thunder in the air, the whispers of her enemies curling around her like smoke. I can feel her heartbeat racing, a drum echoing in the silence, each pulse a reminder of her power and her vulnerability. I remember a time when I, too, stood on that precipice, caught between ambition and love, wrapped in the cloak of dreams that felt nearly tangible. I remember the way she gazes into the abyss, her dark eyes shimmering with unshed tears, with desperation and defiance intertwined like the vines of an ancient tree. This is Cleopatra, not merely a figure from history but a living, breathing tempest, the storm within me. She captivates because she embodies the fragility of power, the fleeting nature of glory, and the relentless grip of desire. Then there is Mark Antony, a warrior shaped by the weight of his own legacy, standing before her like a storm cloud, dark and brooding. His armor glints in the soft light, a ghost of battles fought and lost, yet what weighs heavier is the burden of his heart. I see the way he watches her, with a mix of reverence and desperation. Can you feel it? That gut-wrenching pull of loyalty to his empire clashing with an intoxicating pull toward her? The choice between duty and passion, a knife's edge, sharp and unforgiving. Do you trust me? She asks, her voice a silken thread that stretches taut between them, trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. He hesitates, and in that moment, the world holds its breath. Every heartbeat echoes, a reminder of what they have to lose. I remember my own moments of uncertainty, those times when trust feels like a gamble, a roll of the dice that could lead to either triumph or ruin. The air shifts, thickening like fog. There's a clock in the corner, its ticking relentless and cruel, marking time as if it were a countdown to their doom. Shadows lengthen around them, a reminder that even the brightest flame can be extinguished, snuffed out by jealousy or betrayal. I remember the stories they told, fragments of dreams that spiraled into nightmares. Cleopatra, draped in silk, her laughter echoing through the halls of her palace, both intoxicating and terrifying. Did she know that her beauty was a double-edged sword? That it could bring a kingdom to its knees while leaving her heart exposed, vulnerable to the very people who claim to adore her? And Antony, oh, how I see his struggle mirrored in my own life, that universal plight of the human condition. He longs for her, yet knows every heartbeat spent dreaming of her is a heartbeat taken from Rome, from duty that clings to him like chains. His hands clench into fists, fingers trembling with unspent rage and passion. What is power if it cannot protect the ones we love? He asks, his voice low and raw, a visceral plea that breaks through the silence. I remember, oh, how I remember, the moments when passion collided with obligation in my own life. It's a dance, isn't it? A twisted waltz where every turn could lead to ecstasy or despair. The ghosts of our choices linger like shadows, whispering in our ears, reminding us of what we sacrificed. The tension spirals as Cleopatra steps closer, her breath warm against his skin, each inhalation laced with longing. What if we could rewrite the stars? She breathes, her voice a siren's call, drawing him into her web. And yet, I can sense the ghost of doubt hovering in the air, a presence that neither of them can shake off. It's the same dread that clung to my own heart, the nagging feeling that love can just as easily be the harbinger of ruin as it can be salvation. Outside, the night stretches endlessly, a canvas painted with the stars, each one a wish, a dream, a memory. I feel their weight, pressing down on my chest, as if the cosmos itself holds its breath, waiting for the next move, the next revelation. Cleopatra, fierce and untamed, is a reflection of the universe, vast and chaotic, beautiful and terrifying. Antony's grip on her arm tightens, a silent promise to protect, to love, to fight against the tides of fate that threaten to tear them apart. We were meant to be, he murmurs, but the words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. The heartache is palpable, a living entity that throbs between them, raw and exposed. I remember the ache of longing, the simultaneous thrill and terror of being so utterly intertwined with another. But the shadows deepen, and with them come the ghosts of their past, betrayal, ambition, jealousy. Figures lurk just beyond the flickering light, waiting for their moment, ready to pounce on the vulnerability laid bare before them. The walls feel as though they're closing in, the laughter that once echoed now transformed into a haunting chorus of doom. Every heartbeat is a reminder of the stakes at play, each breath a whisper of fate. Cleopatra and Antony stand on the precipice, the ground beneath them trembling with the weight of history. The world outside continues its relentless march, but here, in this moment, time feels suspended, a fragile thread about to snap. Whatever happens, she begins, but the words trail off, lost in the tension that coils around them like a serpent. I remember those moments when uncertainty clamps down like a vice, when the air thickens with the weight of unspoken truths. In the silence that follows, I feel the thrill of possibility and the dread of inevitable loss. Cleopatra's eyes shimmer like stars, fierce and defiant, ready to take on the cosmos, yet I can see the flicker of fear beneath that bravado. It's a dance of shadows, of light and darkness, of love and loss, and I am utterly captivated. Because that's the thing about Cleopatra, she isn't just a figure in history, she's a reflection of our own struggles, our own desires. She embodies the fear of failure, the ecstasy of love, the agonizing choice between duty and desire. And as the clock ticks down, the weight of the moment presses down on me, a heavy mantle I cannot shake off. I am left with a question, a haunting echo in my mind: what will happen when the clock strikes midnight, and the shadows finally take hold? The answer dances just out of reach, tantalizingly close yet impossibly far, a whisper that promises both agony and ecstasy, a truth waiting to be revealed.